We have a visual countdown timer that shows your remaining time allotment. Anyone wishing to include written electronic comments in support of your verbal testimony, please submit them in electronic format to the electronic portal when you sign up for testimony. Written comments must relate directly to your oral testimony to be accepted at this stage. After you speak to the agenda item, the comments will be posted and made part of the official record of the meeting. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed over the internet. Copies of the recordings will be available by contacting the council office. Let me remind council members and others to speak directly into your microphone so that all can hear. Lastly, I ask that the council members and members of the audience turn off the sound ringers on their cell phones and mute your connection while the council meeting is in session. With that, thank you very much, and I will turn to the executive director for the roll call.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members. I will now call the roll of the June 2026 meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Council. Mr. Corey Niles.
Present.
Dr. Scott Rumsey.
Present.
Colin Brinkman. Do not believe Colin is online this morning. Jamie Diamond.
Present.
Danny Evanson.
Present.
Kyle Hansen. Do not believe we have a Fish and Wildlife Service representative this morning. Pete Hassemer.
Present.
Chris German.
Present.
Sharon Kiefer.
Here.
Rebecca Lent.
Present.
Lynn Mattis.
Here.
Brad Pettinger.
Here.
Corey Ridings.
Here.
Butch Smith.
Here.
David Soames.
Here.
Krista Svensson.
Present.
Asia Shumalo.
Here.
Keely Kent.
Here.
Marcy Yaremko.
Here.
That concludes the roll, Mr. Chairman, and you do have a quorum.
Thank you very much. With that, before we begin our business, we've had a detailed agenda, preliminary or draft agenda published in the briefing materials. Look to see if there's any approval of the agenda. Sharon Kiefer.
Mr. Chairman, when appropriate, I have a motion. I move the council approve the detailed agenda for the 288th session presented in A3 in the June 2026 briefing book.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by David Soames. Please speak to your motion.
I think, as you just mentioned, we've had a published agenda for quite some time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions regarding the motion or discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We have an agenda we will follow. And with that, I will turn then as the first item of business to the executive director for his report. Merrick?
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Chairman. This is agenda item A4, the executive director's report. This has been in the briefing book for some time, so I'll just reorient this to you quickly. So starting from the top, there is a slight change to the council roster. Mr. Chris Oliver is no longer a designee for the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission. Just like to quickly thank Mr. Oliver for his time with us, including engagement with the council, helping us with our rules and procedures, and serving on various committees over the last few years. So thank you, Mr. Oliver. There are several alternates at the meeting, as indicated in the table contained in the report. You have several informational reports and a couple of supplemental ones related to some HMS EFPs that we didn't invite those reports. They were just submitted to us, so we included them as informational in your briefing materials. One note of you on page 2 is the future council meeting schedule. As you know, we publish those in our general information, and we include that information in other parts of the briefing book. We've had to update the September 2027 meeting dates from our previously anticipated schedule, so I want to flag that for you as soon as possible so that we can avoid scheduling conflicts. Let's see the next thing here, some staffing and administrative updates. Just a note, Mr. Craig Hess has served this council for a very long time, and his father before him. And he's not leaving us, but he has announced his intention to take a step back from driving the council van over the next several months. And so that will affect our logistics and our meeting location. And so we're looking into that, and we'll get back to you with plans. Just right away, high-level note is that this will make our Southern California locations more difficult logistically than they have been, but we're looking into possible solutions. And then in addition, I briefly introduced our newest staff officer, Miss Alyssa Sight, last meeting, but just very quickly, because I think she started the day before the meeting started. So I'll introduce her again, and if you have a chance to welcome her to the council process, please do. The Olympic Coast National Marine Sanctuary reached out to us and is inviting council comment on their management plan review. There's a note of that in the ED report. Some of you expressed some interest in Pacific sardine management and an assessment update. There's not enough progress to warrant a agenda item at this meeting, but there is a brief update for those of you that are interested in how that work is going there in the ED report. And then other items of potential interest, just broadly, we did have a budget committee meeting yesterday where I announced this information, but just for everyone's benefit. And because last year was so rocky with our fiscal status, we have received all of our expected funding for the year, plus a little bit more. And so we are doing just fine in the fiscal side of things this year, which is welcome relief after our uncertainties last year. So that gets us through the ED report. I'm happy to take any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions on the report? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Director Burden. My question is actually regarding the section on sardine management and assessment update. Thanks for including this in your report. And I'm not sure if NIMS is able to answer this at this time, or perhaps you're the right person. But just looking at the stock assessment estimates that are being done at the Southwest Fishery Science Center on the coast-wide biomass estimate, and thinking about this benchmark assessment model, do we have any information about sort of when that's taking place, how the public can participate in that, when the council will get information about that?
Yep. Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thanks for that question. I appreciate that there's a desire for additional information. Since this isn't an agendized topic, I'm reluctant to get into a discussion of it. And I don't have the answers for you right away. But what I can do is look into that and compile some materials. I'd be happy to distribute them at a later date with some of those details. Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any, then thank you. I think that concludes then the Executive Director's report and takes us to open public comment. Vice Chair Smith.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hassemer. Chairman Hassemer. Before we get started, I'd just like to recognize that we have our United States Coast Guard back with us, who have been missing for more than several meetings. I don't know exactly. I don't want to, but they're a very important part of our council family and what we do here, and helping with our fish regulations and saving lives. And I just want to say you were missed and welcome back, and hopefully we've got that all figured out. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for being back.
All right, thank you for that. With that, before we get to our public sign-ups, there are 5 people signed up, but we have presentation from Mr. Andrew Lysing, who is online. Andrew, can you hear us?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Team, we are the same folks that bring you the annual ecosystem report, usually in March. We felt because of all the things that are happening with the oncoming strong El Nino that we would give you a brief update of what's happening right now and our ideas of what may be to come. So this first slide here is actually just showing the sea surface temperature anomaly as of a couple days ago. So the point here is that you notice there's a lot of red on this map. Most of the world's oceans have been much hotter than normal over the last several months. And you'll notice too, there's a very dark red line sort of right along the equator in the Pacific, and that is a hallmark indicator of the El Nino. Next slide, please. And so you may have heard the news, I believe just yesterday, the CPC has given out the official word that we are now technically in an El Nino. This graphic here is showing just the forecast probabilities for an El Nino. You can almost ignore it because it's over 90-something%, and it is now officially an El Nino. The important part of this figure, though, is to look at the different size of these red bars that are showing the strength of the El Nino. And basically at this point, we're looking at a somewhat around 66% chance or greater that the oncoming El Nino will be a strong one. It'll be strong to very strong. And so that will be similar to past strong El Ninos. Next slide, please. And just to update you as well, before we go on into El Nino, what is happening right at this moment, this figure here is showing the sea surface temperature anomaly, which is an indicator of how different temperatures are from the normal temperatures. And you'll notice that there's sort of two patches here that are red. There's the patch that's off Southern California, and then there's the larger patch sort of to the west and north in this figure. And these are two marine heat waves. They're both technically marine heat waves at this point. And neither one of these heat waves, this is important to note, neither one of these is due directly to El Nino. These are heat waves that have already been there for some time, and they're not driven by El Nino. The one off of Southern California has been there since roughly December, and the one that's sort of to the left in the figure and a little bit to the north, that one is just developed in early May. So we can go on to the next slide, please. Now, putting what we're seeing right now into context of the past, the figure on the left is the same one I just showed. It's only a few days ago. The figure on the right is showing you from the blob. Hopefully most people remember we had this massive heat wave back in 2014 and 15 that we called the blob. And so you'll see this is what the blob looked like at this sort of same time of the year. The important thing here to note is that sort of warming off of Southern California was somewhat similar, but what was different back in that blob era was that the patch sort of to the north on the figure on the right is much, much larger. It's much warmer relatively, and it's much closer to the coast. So that's an important difference between now and what we saw back during that blob time. Next slide, please. So the nice thing is that recently we've got some great computer models to do some forecasting of what we might see as we go ahead. There's three panels here. The panel on the left is showing you the probability for this coming August of where we will see marine heat waves. The panel in the middle is telling you an idea of how strong that heat wave might be. And then for comparison, the figure on the right is showing the sea surface temperature anomaly from back in roughly the same time in August from that blob year. And the point to look at here is that based on this forecast, we're looking at a situation where we'll have conditions this end of summer that will be somewhat like what we saw in the blob. The difference will be that the forecast is probably not as warm or as extreme as it was during the blob. And also, it's a little bit difficult to pull out this detail, but the patches, the size of those patches in the figure on the far right are probably a bit larger than what the forecast is for right now. So we're looking at the end of summer, large heat waves covering certain portions of our coastal and offshore system, but probably in smaller size and magnitude than what we saw during the blob years. Next slide, please. As we go on ahead and we transition to El Nino, now El Nino will essentially replace the current heat waves that are out there with heat waves that are driven by the El Nino itself. So it's sort of, we're rolling from one source of heat to a different source of heat. And you'll notice the shape of where the heat wave is has changed quite a bit. So now the probability is very high all along the coast, especially to the south. In the middle panel, you'll notice the magnitude. We are looking at heat wave going up and down through the whole coast and covering most of our EEZ region. And then this is most similar, actually not to the blob years, but it's most similar to what we saw in 1998, which was coming off basically the other largest El Nino we've seen in the last many decades in this area. And so you'll see that's sort of the other bookend as far as what we think we might see in terms of ocean temperatures, this picture on the far right. Okay, next slide, please. So just to summarize this a little bit, and comparing what we're seeing now to the past, the current marine heat waves this year, they're quite a bit smaller. They're only about a third of the size, and they're mostly in Southern California, and then that one bit that's very far offshore. And these haven't been around nearly as long as things were during the blob period. So we're looking at heat waves now that have only been around a few months, 5 months, versus during those blob years, those heat waves had been around already at this point of the year for over a year and a half. So that's a big difference. Again, we're going to be transitioning then to heat waves driven by El Nino later in the summer. And so given the current observations and what we know from the past, our thoughts are that the impacts to the ecosystem are going to be somewhere between what we see during past strong El Ninos and what we saw during that blob period in 2015-16, which coincidentally was also immediately followed by an El Nino, something like what we're seeing this year. Next slide, please. And just to bring it home, one of the things we think is critical here is it's not necessarily how hot it is in any one location, although that can be important for some species. But it's important here to just think about how long the ecosystem is exposed to heat. So some regions like Southern California, which already have a heat wave in them, we're going to be going from this typical heat wave that we are seeing now to a heat wave driven by El Nino. So we'll have a very long period of exposure to warm temperatures. And next slide, please. So just to end with some typical impacts, again, it's important though, before I go through these, just to remember that all El Ninos are a little bit different, and we don't have any guarantee that any of these things will happen like this, but these are just some examples of things we've observed in the past that happened during typical El Niños. So the biggest one really is, of course, always decreased plankton abundance. There's generally lower productivity during El Nino years. The second one is often that we see marine mammals and migratory species are closer to shore because what prey there is typically also closer to shore, so they're going towards their prey and closer to shore. We also have increased probability of harmful algal blooms. Next slide, please. And then in terms of some fisheries things, we tend to see during El Niños a shift in market squid from the southern region up more towards the Monterey area. One of the winners in these situations often is higher rockfish larval abundance. We tend to see more recruitment of rockfish during both heat waves and El Niños. To the north, it's been noted that we've sometimes seen larger sablefish, and they're found closer to shore. And then back to the far south, typically during El Niños, sea lions actually have reduced productivity. Next slide, please. And in terms of looking back to that last period when we had both a blob followed by an El Nino, which is somewhat parallel to now, but probably our conditions now are not going to be as extreme as that situation. Back then, we saw closures of crab and shellfish fisheries due to the harmful algal blooms. We saw more whale entanglements. Again, that's because the whales were coming closer to shore. And there was some loss of groundfish habitat due to decreased oxygen levels. Next slide, please. And just to finish up, we have also seen in that past time, we saw a large die-off of seals, sea lions, and marine birds, and that was due to lack of food, but also somewhat being hit by the harmful algal blooms. Again, just less food in the system in general meant less food for baleen whales. We also typically see an increase in jellyfish, and that's often an indicator of just changes at the base of the food web. And lastly, again, there's always some losers, some winners when these things happen. And one of the winners was we tend to see increased tuna abundance along the coast and closer to shore, and so that can lead to increased fishing opportunities for at least those species. And I think that's my final slide. Next, please. Thank you. And so we look forward to providing you with even possibly some more updates at the September meeting as the El Nino progresses. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Certainly informative. I know my news feeds are full of El Nino types of articles here. So let me look around and see if there are any questions for Dr. Leising on the presentation. Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much, Dr. Leising, for the presentation. I think this is just excellent to have this snapshot of where we are and where we're going, because it's going to come up in just about everything we talk about during our meeting. I just want to ask you, did you have any thoughts on the removal of these offshore monitoring big buoy things? I don't even know what they're called. Help me out here. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question through the chair. For the things I was showing you here, those are not using as far as I know, there's two things that might be removed, which are the underwater sort of cabled observatories and moorings, things like that are on the bottom. The information I was just showing you there, most of that is not using that. However, the open question to me is whether we'll be losing some of the gliders. We have underwater autonomous gliders that go out there and sample. And I don't know whether those assets are also being pulled. That would actually be a little bit of an issue, because the underwater gliders are really our best way to look at not just sea surface temperatures, but the temperature of the water below the surface. It's really our best way to sample that right now. And so losing those devices, and again, I'm sorry, I'm not sure exactly all the different things that are being pulled as part of that, what's happening there. But if we were to lose some of those glider data sources, that would really crimp our ability to get out there and find out what's happening under the surface in terms of as we transition from the current heat waves into El Nino. So that is an important data source that we potentially could lose.
Thank you. Other questions? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Dr. Leising. Really appreciate this report, and it's helpful to receive this as it's coming into y'all and y'all are sharing it with us. My question is regarding the potential ecosystem impact slides that you provided. Thanks for translating this a little bit for us and telling us what you think this is going to impact and how this might affect our fisheries. Other than sort of the bullet points that you've given us here, are there additional work that you're doing or studies that can be linked to or reports that may be being written or in process about even more detail on what the anticipated impacts of this El Nino plus blobs might be?
Yes, thank you for the question. Our team is working on it. So remember, of course, it's a little bit preliminary. But we are working on it, and I do hope we'll have more detailed information at the September meeting. But it does take time, and again, the important thing here is that these events are always different. El Ninos are always come in sort of different flavors. I was reminded of that yesterday. I met with some colleagues from the NOAA weather branch, and they're so highly variable that it is always hard to predict. So we are, as our CCIA team is going back to look at what we do have, and we're actually trying to get a sense already from the surveys that have been already conducted this year and will be conducted this summer to try to get our best look at what we may be facing as we go into the next year. I would point out something I didn't mention in the talk so far was that our system does have a lot of resilience, and it is heartening to know that right now, north of, say, the Monterey region, all the way up through Washington, we actually are seeing really good upwelling, and that bodes well for the system. We know from the past that when we've had a decent upwelling year and we go into an El Nino, that does provide somewhat of a buffer to the system as we go through the El Nino. So there is still, good conditions right now in the more northern regions of the California current. So I can't tell you that, but yeah, as far as more details, we're hoping to bring those together. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Dr. Lysing, for that presentation. Appreciate that. Next, we have a report from the Coast Guard, Mr. Chris German. Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to give an update on the industrial tank failure from back in late May at that Nippon facility in Longview, and just the effects on council fisheries or potential. So the bottom line is it was a 1 million gallon capacity tank, had 600,000 gallons of white liquor in it when that tank collapsed. And white liquor is a caustic substance made of sodium hydroxide and sodium sulfide used to break wood down into pulp. So we established a unified command, and unfortunately this incident also resulted in the deaths of 11 workers and injured several more. As far as the impacts on the environment, the white liquor did breach the facility's containment system and spilled into the local storm drains, and that system connects to the county's network of sloughs and dikes, which ultimately pumped that water into the Columbia River. The primary environmental threat was the elevated pH level, which reaches approximately 14 at the source, which is about as high as that scale goes, and the sulfide content of the chemical runoff within those waterways. To mitigate the damage, protect the broader ecosystem, emergency responders flushed the ditch using water from the Cowlitz River and local fire hydrants, and that was successful in lowering the pH to safe near neutral levels before the water was discharged in the Columbia River. Impacts on wildlife were localized. There were more than 2,200 dead fish and tadpoles, and most of those perished within the ditch network and were expelled during those flushing operations. The fish affected, carp, catfish, bluegill, chubs, and suckers primarily, and all the deceased fish were confined to those local ditch and dike systems. Where it affects the council is the salmon habitat, and that's what the big question has been. And despite that, the severity of the spill in that local drainage network, salmon habitat and primary salmon runs were largely protected. There were no confirmed fish kills or wildlife impacts observed in the main stem of the Columbia, which is critical for traveling Chinook and coho. And the water that eventually reached the Columbia was successfully diluted to safe pH levels, mirroring the natural salinity of the estuary. Minor impact on salmon within the contaminated ditch system was 2 dead hatchery-raised coho from the affected sloughs, and those have been retained by environmental agencies for further analysis. And because white liquor contains only sodium and sulfur, no heavy metals or bioaccumulative compounds, the spill will not affect the larger salmon run, and any salmon migrating through the Columbia River remain fully safe for consumption.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. German on the report? Not seeing any questions. Thank you, Chris. Next, we'll go to our public comment signups. We have 5. And I believe they are all remote. So first I will check in Mr. Rick Powers. Can you hear us, Rick?
I can.
Please go ahead.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the council today. My name is Rick Powers. I own and have been operating charter boats for over 40 years in Bodega Bay, California. I would like to thank the council for your past support and the unanimous 5-0 vote you took over 1 year ago in full support of the Cordell Bank revision presented by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Myself and others have been waiting patiently for access to this relatively small section of the bank, which has been closed for over 20 years. Our economic plight due to salmon season closures and very restrictive groundfish regulations in the past made our businesses extremely difficult at best. Both commercial and sport fishermen are feeling the pain. We are presently entering our summer season, and I believe time is of the essence regarding this matter. Cordell would become accessible as weather conditions improve this time of the year. I fear that some vessels and family-owned businesses may not be able to continue their operations in our area due to financial hardships brought on by very restricted seasons and a lack of opportunity. Just having some access to this area at this time of the year, when weather permits, would extremely help us and our commercial counterparts. I believe everything regarding the Cordell Bank revision has been completed administratively for quite some time, and the only thing that remains is to have it published in the Federal Register. Thank you for your time and consideration. It has truly meant a lot to myself and others in our area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Powers on that? Keely Kent.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks, Rick, for coming to give us public comment. I'll just say this is less of a question and more of just flagging for you that under the council's E1, which will come up in a little bit here today, we'll go through any updates that National Marine Fisheries Service has on the rulemakings, including Cordell. So appreciate you flagging that. I just want to make sure you stay tuned for E1. I'll share with the council what we know and what we might hope for in terms of the timeline of completion of that rule. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Rick. Next,
Thanks.
we have Mr. Robert Moncton. Robert?
Good morning.
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Robert Moncton. I'm owner operator of Relentless Sport Fishing out of Bodega Bay, California, as Rick. First and foremost, I'd like to personally thank the council for voting to give us an opportunity to fish Cordell Banks. Due to all the fishing closures, season changes, this would offer both local and traveling anglers a much needed boost towards surviving these difficult times. Also would like to thank the council for all the work they did to bring us a limited salmon season through these times. Also, a much needed boost to our local economy. On another note, I'm really disappointed in the council deciding to cut off Bodega Bay and portions north during the limited fall salmon season, points north of the 3802 line, when traditionally it was Point Arena with no physical or scientific evidence that we would impact the Klamath River fish. I'm not pointing any fingers, but I believe this was a malicious act brought forward by Port South, and I'm hoping that this is not a trend for the future, which meaning is I'm hoping we don't put a line at Point Reyes for our fall fishery on a regular basis. Traditionally, it was always Point Reyes was a northern boundary for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Moncton? And not seeing any. Thank you, Robert.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you guys.
Next, we have Emma Halverson. Emma, can you hear us? Doesn't appear that Emma is on right now. We'll come back and check. Let's move on to Michael Harbarth. Michael?
Good morning.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, good morning, Council. As Rick and Captain Bob stated, I'm speaking on behalf of Cordell Banks, but I would also like to thank the Council for the unanimous vote to give us some opportunity on the Cordell Banks. And pretty much word for word with Captain Rick, I have the same thing to say, so I won't waste your time with that. But I would also like to put a big thank you out to the Groundfish management team, because they've done a great job at tuning in the groundfish management practices over the last few decades. And I believe with all the work that they've done and the management practices that they have in place, that we can all maintain a good balance of utilizing and enjoying the resource while not causing a negative impact to the habitat and the resource. I think we can all get some enjoyment out of this once it opens. But I'd also like to bring up the fact that since the vote went in, it's been a pretty big amount of time, and that we're we're patiently waiting, but we're anxious to get out there. And the groundfish community would like to see this matter entered into the Federal Register as soon as possible. It would be a huge plus for both the recreational and the commercial fishing industry, and it would bring deep water rock fishing back to Bodega Bay as a destination on the map for many members of the public. And that's about all I have. Thank you, and keep up the good work that you all do.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Harbarth? And not seeing any, I do want to thank you, Michael, though, for your compliments on our work and especially the groundfish management team. We'll make sure those compliments get passed on to them. So thank you again. Next,
Thank you.
Next, we have Joe Thornburg. Joe? And getting the head nod here, Joe is not connected. Let me check back and see if Emma was able to connect. No? So, all right, that completes our public comment. And I just want to highlight for those three of you that did connect, as Ms. Kent said, if you can stay tuned for E1, there will be an update on what's happening with that ruling back on the other coast, I believe is where the action is right now. So there will be an update on that. And with that, is there any other council discussion, questions or discussion here regarding that? Not seeing any then. Thank you all. And we will close out the public comment and move to the next agenda item, administrative matters, the Council Coordination Committee update. I will turn to Executive Director Burden for that report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is agenda item C1, which is the Council Coordination Committee meeting update. Spring 26 meeting of the CCC was held in Homer, Alaska from May 19 through May 21st. It was hosted by the North Pacific Fishery Management Council. There is a meeting agenda shown as attachment 1. There are briefing and presentation materials for the CCC meeting. They're available on the U.S. Regional Fishery Management Council's webpage. There's a link to that in the situation summary. In attendance was our chairman, Mr. Pete Hassemer, our vice chairman, Mr. Butch Smith, myself, and Ms. Jennifer Kwan attended on behalf of the National Marine Fisheries Service West Coast region. There is also a supplemental report that I've assembled for your benefit as a supplemental briefing book item. There will be a formal official report made available on the CCC page in the coming weeks. The next meeting of the CCC is planned for October 19th through 20th. We have 2 meetings per year. The fall meeting is typically held in the DC area, and that's the plan for this coming year also. So council action here is just any discussion or guidance on CCC issues as you deem appropriate. Happy to take any questions, Mr. Chairman. Otherwise, I can summarize the supplemental report that I assembled.
All right, thank you. Let me see if there are any questions on the overview. And not seeing any, please proceed with the report.
Okay, thank you. This is a draft report. It is a report from yours truly. It's not the official one of the CCC, so it is just provided for your benefit. So the overarching theme of the meeting was really the tension between the expanding national expectations for fisheries management that we've been experiencing over the last decade or more, and the workload and capacity constraints that are facing councils, NOAA Fisheries, and our partner agencies. All the participants really emphasized the importance of maintaining the Regional Fishery Management Council structure established under the MSA, and we had a chance to somewhat celebrate the 50th anniversary of that act. So one category here I've titled Council Priorities and Capacity Challenges. That was a discussion that we had about our fiscal status, some of the cuts to NOAA that occurred last year. We spent some time talking about the workload associated with a lot of various initiatives, such as the climate and ecosystem initiatives. We talked about the growing workload due to ESA consultations, trying to find some alignment with MSA and NEPA. We talked about workload associated with offshore energy development. We talked about executive order implementation. We really tried to stress to NOAA, the councils did, the need to focus our available resources on core fishery management responsibilities. You might recall the GAP saying something to us like more steak, less salad, or something, like getting back to focusing on fisheries. And this was actually a theme. We didn't use those words, but this was actually a theme at the CCC meeting. Another category was the NOAA fisheries priorities and the seafood executive order. So they spent some time talking with us about their priorities and the Restoring American Seafood Competitiveness theme. We talked about opportunities that exist and what all of the councils are doing to try to meet the requirements of that executive order. Here again, we talked about preserving regional flexibility under the MSA, looking at streamlining efforts, and some of the councils really stressed the need for clear implementation guidance and realistic timelines, just given existing staffing and workload constraints. And one of the ways that I personally tried to describe what we are dealing with is we have a lot of things, we're trying to shove them through a narrow part of the hourglass, and there's only so much we can do so quickly. We also talked a bit about the deep sea mining issues, international fisheries, science modernization, other things that NOAA and other agencies are working on. Budget and funding, we always talk about money, and here again we talked about money. Councils were appreciative of some of the additional funding that the administrator, Mr. Henio Pinero-Soler, has provided all the councils. All the councils have received their funding, all their expected funding for the year. Let's see, we talked about science, risk, and management process. So a few things of note here. Just stressing the need for continuing our survey information, improving scientific information generally available for management decisions. There was this development of a new fisheries integrated modeling system called FIMS, and that's a stock assessment platform that is under development. And I'm not sure if it will replace stock synthesis or if it will be another platform in addition to stock synthesis, but this is something that they're starting to roll out and make folks aware of. So there was some interest in that. There's also, of course, the agency's interest in improving and maintaining the fishery independent survey information and doing so in the face of reduced capacity and inflationary pressures. We talked about the risk value matrix, which is something that this council has been made aware of at a couple of meetings. That was paused a couple of months ago. I believe that pause was in response to a letter that the CCC members sent to NOAA leadership expressing some concern about that process. And as a result, that approach was paused by NOAA leadership. However, the theme is still there. How are we going to do what we need to do, and how do we align resources with our priorities? And so there was a discussion about what we do now. There wasn't any resolution to that, however. Let's see some talk of NEPA, aligning NEPA and MSA processes. More talk about concern about workload, documentation, compliance, consultations, complexity, all these things that we continually struggle with. Some talk about the Marine Resource Education Program, a lot of support for that program around the CCC. The Interstate Marine Fisheries Commissions have now been joining the CCC meetings. They used to participate in MAFAC, but since MAFAC was dissolved, they now engage with the CCC, which has been a welcome development from my perspective. And then we had several outcomes from our CCC work groups and committees. Nothing really of note here other than the council member ongoing development. So our council will be hosting the next one of those, and that will take place in a couple of years. And so we spent a little bit of time talking about that. So I've highlighted some key themes and outcomes at the end of the report for your benefit. And that's the end of my report, Mr. Chairman. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions on the report? Rebecca Lent, then Jamie Dimon. Rebecca?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Executive Director, for the report. You talked about a lot of things, but one of the things you talked about is something that we hear a lot at the council, particularly for groundfish, and that's the struggle with markets and getting good prices and having access to markets and competition with foreign imports. And I noted there is a info report from the USDA Office of Seafood. The subtitle is "Serving Farmers of the Seas." When I looked at that, I thought, well, maybe they're only doing aquaculture as they have been doing in the past. But it looks like USDA is expanding some of these programs that involve some promotion opportunities, some risk management, a little bit of financial support. That those are being opened to wild fishing, wild stocks. And so I'm wondering if you heard anything from USDA. Were they at the meeting? Did anybody mention it? I just hope that at the council we can explore some of these opportunities. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate the question, Dr. Lent. That informational report is something that Mr. Pettinger actually had a chance to, I don't know, help draft, but was there for the rollout of that report. And so maybe he's in a better position to answer some of your questions.
Yeah,
Brad, go ahead.
Thank you, Asmer. Yes, I had the honor of representing the West Coast in the rollout of the USDA Seafood Liaison Office in DC. And it's part of the President's Executive Order on seafood competitiveness. And basically what's happened is that fishermen now have equivalency with farmers, and all the programs available to farmers, as much as they can, are available to fishermen, as far as not everything fits, because USDA has been largely land-based, but all those programs that are applicable to fishing and processing and infrastructure and ports is now available to the seafood industry. So probably one of the biggest things I think in my mind, my last 30 years for fisheries. So really a great day for fisheries announcement, and it's just an honor to represent the West Coast at that event.
Thank you. Jamie Dimon?
Well, Ms. Lent just stole a little bit of my thunder. I was going to inquire similarly, and maybe the ability to elaborate, and maybe it's for Mr. Pettinger, but with the Office of Seafood Creation, I guess, well, he did just say it. What it'll do is just trying to understand better how, I guess, will there be crossover or any interaction between the council and the Office of Seafood with this new kind of body that has to do with seafood, but not necessarily regulatory, I'm guessing, but like how does that work? Like, will there be overlap or crosswork or anything like that with the office, liaising, anything like that? Like, just how that'll play out, and then one question after that.
All right. First, let me see. I mean, the office is new, and I don't know if Mr. Pettinger can add anything else to that, or maybe we could look at a future meeting. But Brad, is there anything?
I can't really add too much more to that. They've got a individual selected to basically run that office. I think it's just in the beginning stages, and how it works, how it's going to be applied. I think it's still to be determined. But I know that the Department of Agriculture is very excited about including fisheries, and I think they will be working hard to get that up and going, and so those resources will be available to the seafood industry.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Your other question?
Yep. On the council member development, I kind of look at that as very different than what we were just talking about. Council member development, more like, is that more professional development opportunities, and what comes up through that? Is it some type of opportunity that comes to all council members to participate in or get some type of learning from, or council member development? Like, I'm just trying to understand what that means.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that question, Ms. Diamond. The way to think about the council member ongoing development is that it is basically an attempt at continuing what used to be called the Fishery Sustainability and Leadership Forum. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, but it used to be, there were a couple of fishery professionals that would bring in council members tackle topics and like develop the capacity of those council members to address those topics in, good ways. And so that program dissolved, it might be about almost 10 years ago now. And the councils decided that they really benefited from that. And so we all decided, and I think Chuck before me with some of the other EDs decided we should try this again. And so we convened, we've had 2 of them now. The first one was in the large fishing community of Denver, Colorado. But it brought all the councils together, representatives from the councils together, usually about 3 council members at a time. And one of the facilitators of the Fisheries Forum is now a private consultant. And so she's been, the facilitator has been brought in to run CMOD. And so we had a second one actually in Vancouver last summer, and several folks around this table participated in that. I heard some raving reviews. I remember having a long conversation with Asia when I was on the phone out on a walk, and she was like, "We have to keep doing this. This is great and it's fantastic." And I heard good feedback from the other participants as well. So now we're on the hook for the third one, and we still have to come up with a theme. The intention would be to continue with that same facilitator. She's very good. And we'd have to find a location. And so when that starts to come together, I would then send out a expression of interest to you all and see like who's interested in attending. And then if there's, a decision that needs to be made about who, like if there are more people than places, we can work through that. But that's still maybe a year away before we get to that process. We still have to figure out a theme. We have to secure the contractor. We have to secure the location, put some logistics in place. So the plan right now is to do that in 2028. So I believe that's answering your question, but let me know if I've missed something.
Close enough. Thanks. Yeah.
Thanks. And yeah, the last one was in Vancouver, Washington, but it was hosted by the North Pacific Council. They just chose a more southerly location to do that. Quick show of hands, who from this table participated in that? So you can talk to those folks about what happened there. Asia, did you have something?
Yeah, I had a question about the meeting, if it's okay to move on to that. The CMOD was excellent. I went to a Fisheries Forum meeting long ago when it was in its previous form. And it's just a chance for the council members to get together and from other regions and like, yeah, sort of like the new council member orientation training where you get to like hear different perspectives from other regions and recognize that like, oh, we're all doing the same thing in different places. And like, yeah, the conversation in particular that I was, I think, talking about with Merrick was, I think, frustrations about latent ownership with IFQ, with the Gulf Council. And we were like tripping over each other, like, being like, it's the same, it's horrible. So like, it's very comforting to hear from people around the country that we're all experiencing the same thing and dealing with really similar issues. And there's a lot to learn from each other. My question is about the executive order. And I wanted to hear some more characterization of the discussion. I know that the government is moving forward with the USDA seafood liaison, that we're making some inroads there, connecting across the government. But you'll remember we had that big long discussion about the much broader scope of what would be helpful from trying to enhance seafood competitiveness and like the layers of things that extend beyond just reducing the number of regulations that we have. And then I've seen around the ether, I know that NOAA is working on a contract to support the councils in work moving forward around implementing things related to the executive order now that they've done that call for comments. But the things that I've seen so far have been really limited to what I think are just like the rulemaking things that we all have on our plates, and they don't really extend into the areas that I was really hopeful for. So I was wondering if you guys had any discussion about like, is it going to be better than just helping us get through a couple more rules faster? Is it going to be more comprehensive? Was there any thought about that, or is it just going to be kind of more of the same kind of thing?
Yeah, I appreciate the question, and I appreciate your interest in I guess, many people around the table's interest in this topic. I will admit the CCC meeting feels like it was 10 years ago. I don't recall a discussion along the lines of what you're asking, but the administrator, he really stressed the intention of helping the fishing industry and removing obstacles and boosting economic performance. And we spent quite a bit of time. We now do like a round robin update through all the councils. And that was really a focus of all the councils. Like, here's what we're doing and here's where we need help. And so that triggered, several conversations throughout the meeting and in the hallways and things like that. I'm struggling to think of an answer to what you're digging at, but I'll look at our chairman and vice chairman and see if they have any recollection of those conversations.
Thank you. Similarly, we didn't get into some of the topics you're addressing, not that I recall. I mean, clearly, and maybe this is just my opinion, but NIMS priorities are the executive order. And we understand that, and they're our priorities too, but the council's work extends beyond. And you said the markets, and that expanding that and the opportunities is part of that. A lot of, or most of the discussion was focused on implementation of what the councils are doing, and some, I think it's in the report, recognizing some regional flexibility. I think it's up to this council to keep pushing that and the others, but it wasn't that overarching discussion because each council's needs are different and what fisheries they have. So, thank you. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. With this group, and my question is going to bleeds into some stuff we're talking about under 3 different agenda items later today. But with the discussion about the deep sea mining issue, was there any discussion about NIFS personnel being reprioritized to that, and what we might be losing with those folks? Now we're focusing on mining rather than what they had been, or just any conversation about the NIMS, how that might affect NIMS workload, NIMS prioritization.
I'll let the executive director chime in, but no, we had an update on the act, which we'll hear again today, but that was very new, and I don't recall any discussion about the impacts of that. Thanks. Corey Ridings.
Thanks. My question's about the risk value matrix framework. It sounds like there was some discussion, maybe not totally in depth, but you noted sort of the theme is still there about the need to discuss these things. And I'm wondering, is this coming up again on a CCC agenda, or is there any additional thoughts about, is that going to be more considered on a council by council basis? Just curious if there's anything additional around that we should be thinking about.
I appreciate the question, Ms. Ridings. It was I guess I would have to say it was a bit of a challenging conversation. And I think part of that is because of the CCC's members, the councils are substantial pushback on that effort. And so I think, I don't want to speak for headquarters, but what I gathered was that they're not sure where to go from here. And they had a plan of sort of helping to organize the various priorities across the country and then align all of NIPS's resources. And the council's perspectives were, we need regional priorities. And so we just disagree inherently with this approach. And so there's a large tension between headquarters and the council perspectives. The conversation, I guess what I meant in my earlier comment, the conversation still needs to happen, right? We have fewer resources at NOAA, and how do we keep getting our work done? And so there are a variety of ideas that are at play, like can we borrow scientists from across the country to help for different projects we have here and vice versa, things of that nature, but they're not organized under this framework. this nationally driven framework that headquarters was leading. What we have been really leaning on and stressing from the Pacific side is the effort that the council leadership and West Coast NIMS leadership has been taking. And so we'll have an agenda item to talk about that later in this meeting. And I think that has resonated with a lot of other councils and some of the other regional administrators. And so what we're hoping to do at the next meeting is to, and actually our chairman here made a motion that all of the different councils do as much, that we come back and we say, here's what we're doing at the regional level. Here's how we're organizing our priorities at the council with the West Coast, in this case, the West Coast Region and Science Center priorities to achieve our work. And so that'll, we hope to sort of shift the momentum to a regional discussion of priorities rather than a national discussion.
Thank you. Other questions? Brad Pettinger?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hasmer. Merrick, on the, I heard there was a discussion about SK funding, and I believe there wasn't a vote to increase the SK funding to $100 million. In the CCC meeting, wasn't there a discussion and a vote on that? Just kind of curious a little more, the discussion, you know, where that went and what the request was specifically besides beyond the money.
Yeah, thanks for that question. And yeah, I apologize, I don't have that in my report here. There was interest from two of the councils, the Gulf and the Western Pacific Council, in increasing SK funding. And what they dug into was the start of the whatever law established the SK program and how that was supposed to be tied, the funding for that was supposed to be tied to tariffs. And as tariff revenue has gone up and up and up, the SK funding has remained flat. And so I believe the Western Pacific Council made a motion along the lines of what you're thinking of, but I don't really have the details in front of me, but it was to increase the funding more commensurate with the tariff revenue that's been going up. And then to use that to support the traditional SK programs. So that'll be part of the formal report when it comes out in the next couple of weeks. I can assure you of that, but I don't remember any details beyond those.
Yeah, thank you. We'll make sure we ping you when that report comes out because we can't access the final motions in that until we get the report. So, other questions? Not seeing any. Brad.
Not a question, but I think that Asia had a question about or the executive order, what's going on. And I was back in DC for the fish fry last week, and I did get a request as far as anything else to council, as far as we submitted an ask, I guess, as far as items that we were interested in moving forward. And I was asked if there's anything else. And I think I reached out to America, so, anything else to add to that. And but it sounded like to me that there's a deadline that was going to happen, and things will be pushed through to the next level. I'm not sure what that is, but I know that things are moving. So that's all I want to just say that, so you know that nothing's static back there. The things are moving through. So.
Thank you. Anything else? Not seeing any, then we can close out that agenda item. Before we move on, let's take a 10-minute break. We're going to come back. I will pass the gavel to our vice chair, and we will come back on D1, the National Ocean Service briefing. So 10 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, that's good.
All right, if we could take our seats, we'll get started here on D1. Don't worry, Rebecca, we'll short timer over there. He'll always be last to the tables. I'm sorry. All right, we'll get started on D1. And we have some seat changes, although I don't see him, but I hear Mike Harrington is online. I think that's the only one. So we'll get started. Katrina, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is agenda item D1, which is the National Ocean Service briefing on deep sea mineral mining. The Deep Seabed Hard Minerals Resources Act, also known as DSHMRA, establishes the authority and permitting structure for U.S. citizens or companies pursuing deep sea mineral mining activities outside the U.S. EEZ. The DSHMRA authorizes NOAA administrator to issue exploration licenses and commercial recovery permits and describes consultation requirements with regional fishery management councils that if activities undertaken pursuant to such a license or permit could adversely affect any fishery within the fishery conservation zone or any anadromous species or continental shelf fishery resource subject to the exclusive management authority of the United States beyond such zone. So NOAA's National Ocean Service, or NOS, provides the review and processing of exploration licenses and commercial recovery permit applications with final approval by the NOAA administrator. On April 4th, 2025, Executive Order 14285, Unleashing America's Offshore Critical Minerals and Resources, signaled renewed federal support for deep seabed mining activities, building on authorities established under the current law of DSHMRA. A related final rule accelerates the permitting timeline and was issued on January 21st, 2026. So today, NOS Representative Dr. Brian Cole will brief the Council on elements of the DSHMRA and consultation process, and the Council should consider the information included in the briefing and any supplemental advisory body reports to discuss next steps as appropriate. In your briefing materials, you have a copy of Dr. Brian Cole's presentation, as well as the supplemental Habitat Committee report and a supplemental HMSAS report. Your council action today is discussion and comment as appropriate.
Any questions? Okay, seeing none. We have a report. Dr. Cole is online. Please.
Yep. Hi, I'm here. Can you guys hear me all right?
I hear you just fine. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all about DSHMRA. As was already said, I'm the Deep Seabed Hard Mineral Resources Act team lead. I sit within the NOAA National Ocean Service, the Office for Coastal Management. And my role and my team's role in this is very specifically focused on executing NOAA's responsibilities under this regulatory responsibilities under this DSHMRA statute. There are many other things going on in NOAA and with our partners regarding mapping, exploration, science, various things related to deep sea mining broadly. And I am trying to stay aware of those, but just as a expectation setting here, I'm really focused on the regulatory elements. They all interlink to some extent, but if you have other questions about those things, I will probably push to have other folks respond to those, or we can connect you with them later. Okay, with that, next slide. So just really quickly here, probably everybody already knows this, but just so we're all on the same page, what we're talking about here is deep sea mining for polymetallic nodules. These are nodules that have formed over millions of years, with the focus currently on marine critical minerals. The cobalt, copper, nickel, and manganese in these nodules is quite valuable, and there is interest in the U.S. and in the international community as well in undertaking commercial recovery of these nodules. I'm going to talk about DishMARA and the NOAA regulations. In addition, there is, of course, the United Nations Law of the Sea Convention and the International Seabed Authority, which governs the activities in this area in the international community. The U.S., of course, is not a party to the Law of the Sea Convention, so our regulations under in this area are handled under DishMARA. And I'm not going to talk about this much, but within U.S. waters, there's also the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management's responsibilities for leasing and regulating deep sea mining activities under OXLA. Okay, so next slide. So DishMARA. When I talk about this, I like to break it into really 4 critical components of what DishMARA does. It is deep seabed mining specifically for polymetallic nodules. So there are various sources of critical minerals out there, mineral sands, there's sulfide crusts, there's polymetallic nodules, there's others, but in 1980, when this law was passed, it specifically defines hard mineral resources as polymetallic nodules. And it is only in areas beyond national jurisdiction. So that is the second major element. So this is areas outside of the exclusive economic zone or extended continental shelf of any nation. It only covers activities by U.S. citizens or U.S. companies. And it does 2 things. It gives NOAA the authority to issue exploration licenses and commercial recovery permits for commercial mining. So 4 things: polymetallic nodules in international waters by U.S. citizens seeking to do exploration or commercial recovery. This law was passed in 1980. NOAA received, I think, 4 exploration license applications in the early 80s. 2 of them are still in effect. Those have been re-upped every 5 years since then. And this was a very, I guess, sleepy little piece of legislation for a long time until Executive Order 14285 came out in April of last year and spurred on significant renewed interest in deep seabed mining. There's, of course, many reasons why this is having the level of interest that it is. Circumstances outside of the executive order and the administration stance, such as technological advancements, value of these minerals, all sorts of other things come together to create a significant amount of interest. In recognition of 40 years since this law was passed and decades of activity under by companies under the auspices of the International Seabed Authority, in January of this year, NOAA published a consolidated rule that enables simultaneous application for an exploration license and a commercial recovery permit. And I will talk more about that in more detail later in the presentation. But that's a big recent change. Next slide. So before we dive in further into the specifics, this is a general picture of the context that we're talking about. So ferromanganese nodules in the kind of yellow and white colors here are the subject of DSHMRA. If you see Hawaii there in the sort of center left of the picture, that yellow blob south of Hawaii heading east toward Mexico, that is an area called the Clarion-Clipperton Zone. That is the area of highest focus, at least for now, when it comes to deep seabed mining for polymetallic nodules. I mentioned crusts, and some areas have nodules. Sometimes there's hydrothermals. Other areas, have these mineral sands. There's lots of ways and places that these critical minerals can be found in the ocean. Some inside of the EEZ, some outside, some both, some together. It's all very complicated. But most of what we're going to be talking about and what I'm dealing with currently is applications for this work in the Clarion-Clipperton Zone, there between sort of south of Hawaii heading over towards Mexico. Next slide. So here on this, I'll spend a little time talking about this one. The Clarion-Clipperton Zone, the orangish tan-colored boxes are the areas, exploration areas under the International Seabed Authority. Those are all centered in the Clarion-Clipperton Zone. So you can see the area where the focus is of interest right now. The hashed or white boxes are areas that are set aside under the ISA as areas of particular environmental interest that are determined by them to not be areas for mining activities. You can see in the background here, there's a little bit of coloring that shows where nodules versus crust and nodules are, as well as the boundaries for the EEZs of US and other countries. So in green is the 10-year average of the US longline effort. And in purple is the 10-year average, both from 2014 to 2024 for the US purse seine effort. And what's interesting is, as you can see here, there is, at least over this time period, has been fairly minimal fishing effort in the Clarion-Clipperton Zone. There has been and is ongoing purse seine fishery, non-US purse seine fishery work that happens largely in the Clarion-Clipperton Zone. So I'm not trying to contend that there's no fish here, there's no fishing that happens in this zone, but currently where the focus on the deep seabed mining efforts are is in an area where there's relatively little US-based fishing activity. This, of course, focuses on adult commercial fish. There are many other things that are of interest in this area. And when it comes to NOAA's analysis of available information as far as the potential impacts to the environment of our regulatory work under deep sea mining, this isn't the only thing that we will take into account, but I just wanted to put this out here as one of the major economic drivers in this sphere, at least. I think that's all I wanted to say here, so we can move on to the next slide. So, diving more into the statutory and regulatory requirements for DSHMRA. The way the Act was originally passed in the 80s sets out a two-step process whereby applicants apply first for an exploration license. where they seek to do observation and evaluation of hard mineral resources. As I said, those were specifically defined as deep seabed nodules. Those are, those are the exploration activities. The exploration licenses are for up to a 10-year period. And in the application, the applicant has to demonstrate that the activities they will undertake will enable them to apply for a commercial recovery permit by the end of the exploration period. As I said earlier, we have the U.S. under DSHMRA has several active exploration licenses. However, under the last 40 years, no one has ever applied for a commercial recovery permit. So under the Act, originally, the commercial recovery permit would then be any activity specifically focused on commercial scale recovery of hard mineral resources for profit, and it does also include the associated processing of the mined materials and the waste disposal. And then the commercial recovery permits are for an up to 20-year period. And then, as I said earlier, in January of this year, NOAA created a consolidated process that covers both exploration, that allows applicants to apply for both exploration and commercial recovery simultaneously, based on the understanding that in some cases, companies have done significant amounts of, decade or more of exploration work under the ISA, in ISA areas, and to force them to go through the exploration period again was deemed inefficient, and then so they allowed them to apply for both. To proceed under DSHMRA, they do have to have an exploration license and a commercial recovery permit. So this is all lumped together into the same process. However, it doesn't change substantively any of the requirements of either of the exploration or commercial recovery permits. And NOAA has seen interest in the consolidated process. So we have now received commercial recovery permit applications under this consolidated process. Oh, and the only other thing, it does allow for applicants, if they have previously submitted a exploration license, this does allow for them to amend that license into a consolidated application to include commercial recovery. Next slide. As a core component of the regulatory work here, both exploration licenses and commercial recovery permits are required by statute to have an environmental impact statement, which is the mechanism by which we determine one of the key criteria, which is if the action will have a significant adverse impact on the environment. In the drafting of the EIS, or in the production of the EIS, NOAA is the lead agency for this work. Under the consolidated application process, it does allow for a single EIS for exploration and commercial recovery. However, there's room for, if needed or if deemed required, we can do an explorations-focused EIS and a separate commercial recovery EIS. And we also have the wherewithal to do supplemental environmental, or supplements to the existing environmental impact statement if there are some elements that are just too unknown to determine in the future. This is this EIS process is the mechanism by which NOAA will be consulting with the fisheries management councils, and we welcome information from the councils that may assist in the preparation of the EIS or the terms, conditions, and restrictions on the license or permit that will, this will be your mechanism to, through our responses, the mechanism that this consultation will happen. We have received from the Marine Fisheries Service an initial assessment of the potentially impacted councils. We intend to share that assessment with you in this process, so you have the information that they've provided to the Ocean Service in this regard, and hopefully that can help guide your review and consultation. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, but I did just want to speak quickly to this image on the left-hand side that talks about the process. So it's actually, in this case, the depth is actually even deeper. Most of the Clarion-Clipperton zone is between 4,500 and 5,500 meters. The way the work is intended, the way the applicants have indicated that they intend to do this commercial recovery work is there's a vessel with a moon port that they will drop either a riser pipe or some other sort of rope cabled system that would allow for movement of nodules from the bottom to the ship. They will drop a collector vehicle that goes around and collects nodules that are essentially laying on the seafloor down at those depths. That is then transferred from the collector vehicle to either the riser or elevator type system. There's a few different options that are out there. Brought onto the ship where they're dewatered to the extent that they need to be, then shipped back on shore for ultimate processing and using of the associated minerals. Yeah, I think that's pretty much everything I wanted to say there. So next slide. So for issuance of a license, exploration license or commercial recovery permit, there are several very specific things that the administrator must find. The first, the action cannot unreasonably interfere with the freedoms of the high seas. It cannot conflict with any international obligation of the United States established by treaty or international convention. That does not include the Law of the Sea Convention, as the United States is not a party to that convention. The action cannot create a situation that may reasonably be expected to lead to a breach of international peace involving armed conflict. There are several mechanisms by which use conflicts and other things are handled that involve NOAA, other countries' governments, and the State Department. But ultimately, the administrator has to find that these actions will not lead to involve armed conflict. This is the big one again. This is the EIS. The action cannot reasonably be expected to result in a significant adverse effect on the quality of the environment. The EIS, per statute, is the mechanism by which NOAA will determine the extent of the impact to the environment. And the action may not pose an inordinate threat to the safety of life and property at sea. So those are the findings for both the exploration license and the commercial recovery permit, though, of course, those are two very different types of activities, so there's a lot that goes on depending on, or for a consolidated application. Next slide. So briefly, the process by which we review applications and ultimately will come to a decision on issuance of a license or permit. In the application submission section, applicants or potential applicants are invited or encouraged to have a pre-application consultation with NOAA. If anybody's cracked open DSHMRA or the regs, it is, there's a lot. It's a lot in there. So we like to chat with people up front to have them not waste their time and ours in sending in applications that are unlikely to meet all the requirements. Once an application is submitted, NOAA has 30 days to determine if the application is in substantial compliance and give feedback to the applicant on what needs to be brought in to make it a complete and full application, which we call full compliance. The applicant then has 60 days to bring the application into full compliance. So following, assuming they get there and the administrator determines that the application is fully compliant, we then know that we have an application that checks all the boxes of the statute and the regs. The next step is to determine if the applicant themselves and if the plan that they have is a viable one for undertaking the proposed activities. That's called certification. Certification is the process within which we request interagency review, including review by the National Marine Fisheries Service. And this has several elements that the administrator has to determine, in addition to finding that the license won't violate any restrictions. The eligibility findings involve the financial capability of the applicant to undertake the proposed work, the viability of the exploration and/or commercial recovery plan, the access to if the technologies proposed are also viable, and if the applicant has access to or can gain access to those findings, and several other things that are, there's some restrictions around the size of the area that they can apply for under a specific license or permit application, things like that. In addition, prior to a certification decision, NOAA solicits initial public comment and review of the application itself. So not about the impacts of the proposed work, but the contents of the application, this exploration plan, the commercial recovery plan, the financial capability, the things that I announced or talked about earlier. Assuming the administrator makes a positive determination as to certification, then that is the action that triggers NEPA, for the government action that triggers NEPA. And that kicks off the process of drafting the environmental impact statement and terms, conditions, and restrictions for the license or permit. As I said, NOAA will prepare the EIS under revised NEPA guidelines as of a few years ago. We have the option to work with the applicant or a contractor directly to have their assistance in drafting the EIS. But regardless of whether we do that process or not, the ultimate product is NOAA's document. And it describes our understanding using the best available science of the potential impacts of the exploration or commercial recovery work. This is also in this draft process is when we intend to continue to solicit agency feedback. There will be public comment period, and this is when we will request consultation from the fishery management councils. Following all of this, we'll take into account the public feedback, including any comment from the councils, and finalize the EIS. We'll issue final EIS and terms, conditions, and restrictions, and the administrator will make a determination as to issuing a license or permit. Next slide. So a bit more detail on the consultation with the councils. As was said at the outset, the statute requires the administrator consults with any affected regional fishery management council if the activities undertaken by the license or permit could adversely affect any fishery. As I said, we intend to submit to you a consultation request following the initial public review and NIMS review so that we understand which councils are likely to be affected. Then we will engage in this consultation process with you to understand the potential adverse impacts for the fisheries under your jurisdiction. We welcome information from the council that may assist in processing the application, specifically on the EIS, but also the issuance of a license or permit and the accompanying terms, conditions, and restrictions. So we're open to welcoming and open to feedback, any available scientific information, things like that the council has access to will be incredibly helpful in this process for us. Next slide. I think that's it. Yep. So that's all for me. I'm happy to take any questions from you all, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Cola, for the presentation. I think we do have a few questions. Brad?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I'm kind of curious that you're talking about what the U.S. government's doing. What's the big picture look like internationally? I think I've been reading a lot of stuff about deep sea mining with other countries. And what are they doing? I see what you're doing here, and I'm kind of curious. I see your image of your ship having the return pipes with filtered water to minimize the plume at the surface, which is all good. Yep. I'm kind of curious what are other countries doing compared to us? I'm kind of curious as far as effort. How much further ahead or behind of us are they? And what does the claims process look like internationally?
Yeah, so the governing body for this is the International Seabed Authority, and that's I think it's up over 170 countries that are currently signed on to that. To date, ISA has issued numerous exploration licenses, but has never come to an agreement on the regulations and the mechanisms to issue commercial recovery permits. So the international community has been stuck, maybe is the right word. At least they haven't moved out of the exploration phase for some 15 odd years, more than that, actually, I think. So it's been quite some time that they've been dealing with a number of complicated issues from their perspective. You had another question at the end there about, so can you repeat what you asked? I forgot what the word you used was.
I think numerous things. What are other countries doing? I see the image you have of your ship there. Is other countries doing? Is that the technology people are utilizing currently in other countries? And just how much mining is happening currently, and what's the expectations for the next 10 years?
Yeah, currently there's none. It's like I said, they have not issued any commercial recovery permits. There are some limited test mining activities, which are also included under the exploration license for under DSHMRA. The major, if not one of the only test mining activities that has happened was done by the metals company, who's also a DSHMRA applicant in 2022. Or is it 2023? Anyway, a few years ago, where they brought up about 3,000 metric tons of nodules. And that was the technology that they used. There are a few other options that people are looking at, but none of them have been actually deployed and used for any sort of recovery. There's a few different variations on the collector vehicle. So a lot of people may be familiar with the DOME study that NOAA performed in the late 70s and early 80s. That was one of the first and biggest concentrated efforts into understanding the science of all this. The type of vehicle that they used back then had a collector device called an Archimedes screw, which I think was about 12 inches or 18 inches big, literally screw that went through, churned up the sediment quite a lot and carried the nodules onto the collector vehicle in that mechanism. All the ones they're using or proposing to use these days that I've seen have a much smaller impact on the sediment, on the bottom or sub-bottom. Instead, they very carefully calibrate the buoyancy of the collector vehicle so that it sort of has enough weight to get traction, but doesn't dig into the sub-bottom hardly at all. They actually tend to travel on the same types of treads that ski slope groomer vehicles will move on. And then they use the Bernoulli principle, the same thing that keeps airplanes in the air, by spraying a jet of water that creates a low pressure zone around the nodules, which are actually not a whole lot more dense than the seawater. And it creates this jet that creates low pressure and sort of vacuums them up into the thing. There's variations on that theme, but that's pretty much what most of the technologies use currently. The ALSEs, the TMC test that they did, used that riser pipe that uses pumps and a mixture of nodules, water, and air to push everything up the pipe. That does result in a pretty significant amount of water being pumped from the deep seabed area up to the surface. That water then needs to be dealt with. Back in the DOME study, they released that dewatering plume at the surface. Current technologies have proposed to move that outflow plume down to about 2,000 meters below the surface, so that it has less likelihood to have an impact on life up in the photic zone. There's other technologies that use sort of like an elevator system, where they have synthetic cable that goes down to the bottom, and the collector vehicle fills essentially like an elevator with nodules, and then it pulls it up to the surface. That hasn't been tested in the real world, as far as I'm aware. There are significant environmental advantages to that, because it brings up very little water from the sub area, just whatever's in that elevator, which is mostly full of nodules. But it creates other problems, other opportunities for challenges, things to break. That cable that they use is going to be doing a lot of work. But anyway, those are the types of technologies that are out there.
Brad? All right. I got Mr. Mike Harrington, followed by Dr. Lent. Mike?
All right. Yeah, through the chair and to Brian here. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. Hopefully you can hear me okay, but I have a couple questions here. First one is, it looks like these mining operations are going to be pretty large. And given that scale of operations, do you know if the NOS process will include a timeline that allows for baseline studies prior to leasing or licensing for these areas, so they can inform the process and minimize impacts?
It certainly allows for it. During the exploration phase, which is still the primary focus for most of our applicants, they will have initial, and the ones that are looking at commercial recovery under the consolidated process have already done a lot of this work for their area under previous exploration licenses, under the ISA or whatever. But yes, there will be a period of time where they are proposing to understand, explore their environment, do some initial environmental monitoring, try to establish some baselines and things like that. Ultimately, when it comes to, DSHMRA the statute sets out very specific timelines for how long from receiving an application until making a decision on issuing a license or permit. The EIS process, we have 180 days to come up with a draft EIS, and then another 180 days to have a final EIS and make a decision on issuing a license or permit. In that time frame, we will use all the best available science and information that we have to determine what the potential impacts are, and then we have the option to put in place terms, conditions, and restrictions as far as ongoing environmental monitoring, mitigation efforts, things like that.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
I have one more question here, and
sure.
If I'm misunderstanding this, I guess this is a chance for you to correct me here. But what I'm understanding is that the NIMS is going to be directing some of their staff away from their fish management teams to help with the deep sea minerals, to help deep sea mineral staff. Can you speak to if this shift is occurring and how it would affect fishery management teams?
I can't speak to the actions of fisheries, but I have not heard of any sort of significant movement of staff onto this topic in a permanent or full-time sort of capacity.
Okay. And I can ask around somewhere else too as well. Thanks for that. That's all I have.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Linton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Dr. Cole, for the presentation. I think for a lot of us around the table, our interest is the impact on what we're responsible for, fishery management and everything that can impact fishing, including habitat. I just want to ask sort of a institutional type question. On slide 8, second bullet, it's noted that the administrator must find that the action will not conflict with any international obligation to the United States. So we're not a member of the Seabed Authority. We haven't signed the Law of the Sea. The only thing I can think of would be that we are signatories to several tuna and non-tuna RFMOs that could be impacted by this. So hopefully they'll be a part of it. But I guess my question is what the U.S. is going to do domestically as a non-member, is it consistent with what's required by someone who has signed that agreement? And how does it get handled? It sounds like if you're in a country that's signatory, you got to go to ISA to get your permit. In the case of an American explorer, you just go to NOS. How do they make sure, and this is the claims thing that Mr. Pettinger brought up, how do we make sure people aren't rushing to the same site and starting to drill without some coordination of these hotspots for mining? So I'm a very naive question because I'm just learning about it. Thank you for your patience.
No, it's not a naive question at all. It's actually an extraordinarily complicated question. So under DSHMRA, which is the law here, of course, in the United States, it does, or in the associated regs, there is a laid out process for use conflicts. So this is if there is, not necessarily specific to the ISA, but if there are, so under DSHMRA, if two applicants come in, the priority of right for who has sort of first claim on an license or permit area is determined by when they submit their application. So that's under DSHMRA. So U.S. citizens or companies coming to NOS, it's first come, first served. In the international world, the use conflict analysis, we are directed to, actually the State Department works with the other country's government, not the company or the applicant or anything like that, but the State Department liaises directly with the government of the impacted country to try to negotiate a solution. And if they can or can't, then the ultimate decision under DSHMRA comes to the no administrator to determine how to proceed. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. I'll do some more reading, but I appreciate that explanation.
Of course.
Thank you. I had Marcy, then Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for being here with us today. My question kind of follows along the same lines as the last one, but I'm curious if you can explain for us how NOS will be continuing to coordinate with ISA, if at all, and if ISA uses a consolidated process for exploration and recovery, like will now be allowed under DSHMRA, and if ISA provided any feedback to NOS as it develops that consolidation process.
Thank you for the question. So as NOAA and NOS and the U.S. as a whole have participated as observers to the ISA for decades, and that is ongoing. The ISA has no consolidated process, and it has no existing process for applicants to move, license holders rather, to move into commercial recovery. They have been attempting to negotiate a way to do that for more than a decade and have not been able to do so. The final rule on the consolidated process, I'll admit that happened before I came over here. That was in January, and I started this position in March, but I am not aware of any. We had the rule was open for public comment. There were hearings held and things like that, but I'm not aware specifically that the ISA provided any feedback in that process.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Corey Rides, followed by Krista, and then Corey Niles.
Thanks, Dr. Cole, for being here today and providing this. My question is in regards, it's on slide 8, and it's your second to last bullet, and required findings for issuance. And this is cannot reasonably expected to result in a significant adverse effect on the quality of the environment. So how is significant adverse effect defined here?
So there are significant adverse effect is defined in NEPA, and in the regs we lay out the mechanism by which we will determine that. So the environmental impact statement is the analysis that we do, and yeah, the regs, if you dive into them, speak to what is there's a list of factors that we're supposed to look at to determine a significant effect. So that's also largely going to be informed by the input we get from the public during the consultation and public hearing processes.
Thanks for that. And you say regs, do you mean just the NEPA regs or the DSHMRA regs, or are there some other regs? Just wanted to quickly clarify.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't clear. Both the NEPA and the DSHMRA regs. DSHMRA includes some specific things for this action, for these actions.
Okay, Krista, then Corey Niles.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I also have a couple of questions. The first one is on slide 5, which really highlights the different fisheries in terms of HMS species, notably longline and purseine. The fishery that is probably most relevant to this council is the pole line or troll fishery. And I'm just curious, I know that it is not necessarily perhaps as much fish in terms of volume, but if there is data available for us to see what the impacts would be on that.
Good question. I rely on the Marine Fisheries Service for those images. So I'm sure there is, but I don't have it at hand right now. In the consultation response that Fishery sends, they have been putting out those sorts of analyses. So I'd have to. Excuse me. I'd have to look into that, but if the information exists, they would have it.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question is really more related to slide 10, which is around making a determination and the consultation process. And I just think it would be helpful for us to understand with a bit more clarity what that looks like. Particularly for fisheries like HMS that transit through the high seas and very clearly will likely be impacted by activities out there, in addition to those that are already currently ongoing. So really, okay, there's a consultation, but like, how does that happen? How do we ensure that our West Coast fisheries or our fishermen that are based out of the West Coast that are fishing in high seas areas and then bringing those catches back and landing them on the West Coast, how we engage one in the consultation process, but also in what that determination looks like. Who is making that determination and how is that being accomplished?
Yeah, thank you. So the consultation process, NOAA, the administrator, will send to the council a request for consultation specific to each of the applications, be they exploration, commercial recovery, or consolidated. And we intend to include with that the analysis provided by Marine Fisheries Service to help guide us and you in the impacts. Most likely, I don't see any reason why we wouldn't allow for 120 days for the council to review the request, the application, the whatever, reach out to your constituencies or stakeholders, put together a response, and deliver it back to NOAA. And that is the sort of specific formal consultation. There's also opportunity for all U.S. citizens there will be a public comment period on the EIS where anyone is welcome and encouraged to provide written or oral comments during the EIS process. There will also be a notice of intent at the start of the EIS drafting process that lays out the scope of the work that we're intending to do. That will have a public comment period as well. So there are many opportunities for the public to engage in this process, and specifically for the fisheries management councils to provide your input or recommendations any which way on either the EIS or the terms, conditions, and restrictions of the license or permit.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
So this is what I'd like to do. Corey's going to go here. So Dr. Cole, can you hang around for a little bit longer after we've got a couple more reports to get in, and then if there's questions during council discussion that maybe you can also chime in. Is that okay?
Yeah, I can hang around for a little bit longer.
All right. So Corey, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Dr. Cole. I enjoyed your reference to once sleepy federal law. It made someone should do a coffee table book of those. But that also reminded me of the story. Like, I imagine this is the case that Congress did this in the 80s because there was excitement back then about the possibility. And then I remember the story about Howard Hughes Company then being a CIA front to recover a Soviet submarine. I'll never forget that one. But so my question is, so that's however long ago that was. But so my question is, we have a lot of workload here. Congress has told you all to do this, but like, how likely is it that large scale deep sea mining is going to happen? Just reading here, it seems like, one mine might be viable, but then if it gets large scale enough, the price of manganese, can't pronounce that, drops enough where it's no longer viable. So yeah, do you have any thoughts on how the likelihood we're here that this is really going to take off, and how much we should really be worrying about this risk?
It's a good question. It's a complicated one. I've got my own thoughts, but I think as a representative of NOAA here, I'm going to say I don't have any comment on the likelihood. I believe that we've got applications to issue a commercial recovery permit, and I believe we will follow our process and get to a determination one way or the other on allowing or not, permitting or not those activities. And from there, it's going to be a real interesting question to see how much of it actually happens. It is not easy to do literally anything 5,000 meters underwater.
Thank you. We've got, and thank you, Dr. Cole. Please hang around just in case. So next is Dr. Happel from the Habitat Committee as a report.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair. Can you hear me okay?
I can, thank you. Maybe just a little bit louder, but you're coming in fine. Well, that's so loud we can't hear you if you're talking.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can.
All right. Very good. Thank you. I will be reading from agenda item D1B, Supplemental Habitat Committee Report, Habitat Committee Report on National Ocean Service Briefing, Deep Sea Bed Hard Minerals Resources Act. Please note that this report on deep sea mineral mining is an excerpt from the main Habitat Committee report, which is agenda item F1A. And also please note that in that full report is a longer, more detailed addendum on some of the technical aspects of deep sea mining that we discussed. During its June 2nd and 3rd webinar, the Habitat Committee heard a presentation on deep sea mineral mining from Dr. Astrid Leitner of Oregon State University, who has testified on this topic for U.S. House of Representatives subcommittees. Dr. Leitner provided a detailed summary of the state of current technology and U.S. policy on DSM, including changes associated with President Trump's executive order unleashing America's offshore critical minerals and resources, or Executive Order 14285. Mining for nickel, cobalt, copper, and manganese from the ocean floor, typically at depths of 3,000 to 6,000 meters, is likely to expand as demand for critical minerals is projected to double by 2040. Current areas of interest for the U.S. are the Clarion-Clipperton Zone and the Pacific Island territories like American Samoa and the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. U.S. DSM regulations are rapidly evolving, as we've just heard, and the U.S. subsidiary, the TMC USA of the Canadian Deep Sea Mineral Exploration Company, the Metals Company, has applied for exploration and recovery of minerals in the Clarion-Clipper Zone. In May 2026, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration started the environmental review process for that. The deep sea plays an important role in regulating global ocean cycles and hosts a highly diverse ecosystem. DSM has the potential to impact both benthic and water column environments. Benthic impacts include direct mortality, smothering and burial mortality, and direct removal of habitat. Potential water column impacts include sediment plumes from mineral transport to the surface and dewatering after the nodules and associated sediment are brought aboard surface support ships for processing. Current evidence shows persistent benthic and biological impacts over the past 4 decades at experimental mining sites in the Eastern Pacific, and a recent study in this Clarion-Clipper Zone showed substantial decreases in macroinvertebrate abundance and diversity compared to control sites over a 2-year period. Water column sediment plumes have the potential to impact council-managed highly migratory species and their prey. We also want to note that the National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine has recently formed a working group to develop a research strategy for seabed critical mining resources. Per their website, an ad hoc committee of the National Academy will undertake a study to recommend a research strategy on seabed mining for critical minerals. This project will include an overview of the technical feasibility and economic potential of extracting seabed minerals, identification of information needed to establish baselines in habitat found in the proposed mining sites and surrounding areas, and the potential social, cultural, and economic impacts of seabed mining, including cumulative effects and possible methods to mitigate negative impacts. That National Academy Committee held its first meeting in February of 2026 and has a workshop planned for June 29th to July 1st, 2026. It is not yet clear how the Pacific Fishery Management Council might interface with this initiative, but the Habitat Committee Chair, that's me, plans to meet with the chair of the National Academy Ad Hoc Committee, and the Habitat Committee will update the council as information becomes available. The National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine operates under a congressional charter to advise the nation on issues related to science and technology. Thank you for listening. That ends the written portion of my report.
Any questions of the Habitat Committee? Dr. Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Dr. Happel, for the report. You note in your report that current evidence shows persistent benthic biological impacts over the past 4 decades at experimental mining sites. That's my question is, it sounds from Dr. Cole that there might be some new technology now that's a little less invasive. whatever the technology is it possible to design and require some kind of restoration once the manganese nodules are taken out? And would that accelerate the recovery of the environment that's impacted by this deep seabed mining? Thank you.
Right, through the Vice Chair, Dr. Lent, thank you for that question. Certainly that's a conversation that we've had casually. I'm not aware of any evidence, but of course, if we wish to use the terrestrial comparison of open pit and strip mining, there is in fact a fair bit of restoration work that goes on after the desired minerals are extracted. Whether that can actually be functional at the depths that this is going to occur, I do not know, but it is a potential, certainly a potential area of research and something that could be recommended as an area of research in the National Academy report.
Any other questions? Corey, writings.
Thanks, and thanks, Dr. Hippel. My question is similar to Dr. Lentz, but really has to do with the impacts of the dewatering plume, given that's where council managed species will most likely be found. And based on what we just heard earlier, it sounds like the plume under current technology starts at about 2,000 meters, but that leaves 3,000 meters to go to the ocean floor. And also, I assume it's water. The plume would be going in many different directions. So I'm curious if the Habitat Committee, you can tell us a little bit more about the potential impacts of that on the ocean and our HMS species.
Sure. At this point in time, of course, because this, I believe, is a research need, some of this is speculation, but I think that there's the potential for impacts on HMS and their prey in a couple of different ways. For species like swordfish and big eye tuna that forage at depth on animals that are normally contained within the at depth deep scattering layer, these species are very highly visual predators, and swordfish even have physiological adaptations to keep their eyeballs warm at that depth. The any impacts in what is normally incredibly clear water may impact foraging success. And while that may seem like a small impact, if an animal is spending energy spending more time foraging because it can't find its prey, it's spending less energy doing other things like growth and survival. For surface, so I don't expect there to be necessarily direct mortality there, but there could be non-lethal impacts. For surface foraging species, depending on how these plumes disperse, and that's going to be entirely defined by the oceanography, the physics of the water packets that are moving, the deep scattering layer, of course, migrates to the surface and provides a fair bit of biomass and forage for the species at the surface. And again, if that diel vertical migration is impacted because of a change in water clarity, then we may again see these sublethal cumulative impacts that don't directly reduce the number of animals in an environment, but might reduce productivity of those populations.
Okay, I got Mike Harrington online. Mike?
All right, thank you, Chair. Scott, I have maybe two questions here. We'll see where this goes. But first question is, I understand you have an update on the NASM ad hoc committee. If so, can you tell us about that a little?
Yes, sure. Through the Vice Chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Harrington. I did have the pleasure of speaking with Dr. Rick Murray last Thursday. He is the chair of this committee. They seem to have a really robust group of oceanographers and benthic mineral ecologists and things like that. But they don't seem to have good representation of the types of expertise that the council might wish to be on there. including fish biology, fish ecology, fisheries types. The good news is that they recognize this, and that's why Dr. Murray reached out to me to discuss this. I would say, I guess the bad news is I am now giving a presentation on this topic at their workshop at the end of June. And so I do want to make it clear that at that workshop, it is not my intent to represent the council or the Habitat Committee, but it is my intent to represent council and Habitat Committee interests. So if there are any members of the council that wish to share with me particular research needs that they think are required for this effort and have some level of background reference materials to support those research interests, then I would be the welcome recipient of those so that I can try to best represent that information when I speak with the ad hoc working committee at the end of the month.
All right, thank you. I think you got my second question encompassed in that as well. So thanks.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, any other questions for Dr. Scott before we go to Mike? Corey Ridings?
Thanks, Dr. Hippel. I just wanted to thank you for interfacing with that committee. It's really unfortunate to hear that that committee doesn't have any fish biologists or fishery folks on there. It seems like a pretty big oversight. So just really appreciate your willingness to do your best to represent, as you say, kind of the council interests and your offer to be in touch with us. Along those lines, any updates that you're willing and able to give in the future would be great. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. And you are welcome.
Okay, seeing no other hands. Thank you, Scott. Great report. Mr. Mike
Appreciate it.
Conroy.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair. Just going to summarize the HMS-AS report on this item. Given the likelihood that offshore mining activities within the Clarion and Clipperton fracture zone could have an adverse impact on West Coast HMS fisheries within the EZ, the AS assumes that consultation will be required. Such impacts include, as we heard from Dr. Hippel, prey availability, access to prey. We believe that noise generated from these machines is going to potentially alter the migratory pattern of important tuna stocks that come from the Western Pacific to the Eastern Pacific. The one question that remains unknown is who makes the initial determination that a fishery could be impacted. And that summarizes our statement.
All right. Thank you, Mike. Any questions for Mike? All right. Thank you, sir. And now we are in council discussion. If you've thought of any other questions that you might ask Dr. Cole, I think he's hanging around for us. So anyway, I got Sharon Kiefer. How you doing?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Dr. Cole, given that DSHMRA has actually advanced a process for commercial recovery and permitting for that, and given that the International Seabed Authority has not, and given that the definition of a U.S. citizen under DSHMRA is somewhat broad, and this is speculative, I admit it, but do you anticipate that entities who are operating currently with ISA, the International Seabed Authority, may look for opportunities to qualify with other U.S. entities to take advantage of the fact that obviously DSHMRA has progressed further in terms of commercial recovery?
Yeah, thank you. And yes, we've already seen that. So of the applications that NOAA has made publicly available and solicited public comment on include the Metals Company, which is a current exploration license holder under the ISA and applied under DSHMRA to explore and do commercial recovery of their ISA areas.
Thank you.
And real quick, I overstepped my bounds. There is, I didn't see any public comment, and you have no public comment. So anyway, I'm sorry I didn't voice that. Dr. Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And just a quick question. Are there potential deep seabed mining area potential in either the Gulf of Mexico or the Atlantic? And if so, are you consulting with the U.S. fishery managers? In this case, it would be the secretary who manages those HMS fisheries. Thank you.
Was that for me? For Brian?
Yes, sir. It's for you.
Okay. Yeah, there's evidence of nodules in the Atlantic in a small area. I don't believe there's much in the Gulf. Yeah, the Gulf's not quite the right environment for this sort of stuff to form. And much of it is in the EEZ of a country anyway. So there is an area, if you look at slide 4, you can see there's a ferromanganese nodule area off the east coast of the United States that could be an area for potential DSHMRA-based licensing or permitting. However, we have not yet seen any indication that those are coming our way. There has been interest inside the EEZ, and again, this is not my area, but I know a couple months ago, BOEM opened up a applicant, or I don't even know what to call it exactly, but a company requested that they open up a lease for heavy mineral sands dredging off the coast of Virginia. Does that answer your question?
All righty. We've got some council tasks. Eric, I think I'll call on you. You have some words of wisdom before we get started here.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and just want to also thank Dr. Cole for joining us. This has been very informative. So just in the interest of making sure we're on the same page about the action here, this is obviously an item that's of great interest to some of you, but there is no ask of the council at this point. And so where I believe we're at is that we have several committees and members that are passionate about this issue, and there's little question that we will be monitoring this. As we move forward, we may get a formal request from the consultation side, and Dr. Cole's presentation identified a couple of pathways for how that could work. So I think that the next step forward here is for us to monitor and be ready to respond in this consultation request if it does come forward. Beyond that, I'm not really sure what else there is for the council to do at this point. I will look at Ms. Bernaus and see if she has anything else to add, but I believe that's where we're at, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you. Brad.
Yeah, just listening to this presentation and the discussion. I've been involved in marine fiber optic cable installations along the coast here and use of ROVs, and I'm looking at the, operate at 3,000-4,000 meters. Industrial ROV, just the challenges associated with that. I think it might be more expensive to go to the moon, but it's not as expensive as what they're talking about doing here, in my opinion. I mean, this is, I think the technological challenges here are immense, and I don't think you're going to see one of these in every street corner as far as these operations. I would be more concerned internationally with some more rudimentary methods of extraction besides what we're seeing here. I think that the really challenges to us is probably more from other countries than what we're going to be seeing operating under the umbrella of this country.
Corey.
Thanks. Dr. Cole, I just wanted to thank you again for providing this presentation and coming here. In light of sort of what we've learned today, it sounds like of the 8 fishery management councils, this is probably the one with the most or heavy possible impacts that will be coming down the pike. I realize that you are not required, but it would be, I think, or at least I would appreciate any efforts that you can do to come back to us with updates about how this is moving forward. I realize that we have a special place in the process as part of the EAS at that point. But if there is movement before then, if there's any updates around the applicants, more applicants, what's this looking like? Or if you need information, any updates from you would be appreciated. There's many places on the council agenda that can happen, and our amazing council staff can point you to that at any point in time. So again, just voicing my appreciation and requesting updates as they become available, and you're able to keep the council updated on it. Thanks.
Yeah, happy to do so, and thank you. Certainly, my intention and hope is to have a open line of communication with you and others that have knowledge and expertise in this area. So happy to come back and keep you up to date.
And I also think the Habitat Committee will be keeping us informed. And also any other, Pete or Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And yeah, I support Ms. Ridings just said, updates there. And I just encourage our partners, National Marine Fisheries Service, to watch out for opportunities to include the council. Not that we need a lot of work always, but in reading the Deep Sea Mining Act, it's a little vague as to how the councils might interact. I was pleased to see in the presentation that we had where comment opportunities for the councils are provided, but it's not required anywhere. So just they keep an eye out, and at the appropriate time, before it's too late, the councils have an opportunity to comment, provide information. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other Marcy Uremko?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, on that similar point, looking at the presentation and the consultation requirement under DSHMRA, the note that was highlighted by the HMSAS that it isn't clear who makes the determination about whether activities could adversely affect any fishery within the EEZ. So there's lack of clarity there. I think we would rather there be an expectation that an activity could affect a fishery rather than, you know, an assumption made that an activity would not affect fisheries in our EEZ. So I think I'm interested in learning more about those determinations and who makes them, and if we are able to provide our input on that decision. Thank you.
Yeah, so I did a little digging while after I spoke, and the determination of significant impact is under NEPA is made at the discretion and at NOAA's expert judgment. So we will take into account the extent of the impacts and ultimately the decision as to whether it rises to be a significant impact or not is the final authority with that rests with NOAA.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other hands, I guess I would look towards Katrina to figure out if we have enough to go on and have done our due diligence on this topic.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you again, Dr. Cole, for being here. The council has had a good discussion on this topic, and you've completed your business on this agenda item.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Well, it looks like we have a natural time to break for lunch. So I would suggest that we be back here at 1 o'clock and we'll continue our business with D2. See you at 1. All righty, if we'll start moseying to our seats, we'll get going here. Like we're missing Krista, so maybe we'll wait just 30 more seconds or so. Well, she can probably catch up as we go going here. So, Trina, are you okay? It looks like we're ready for some instruction.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Sorry for that noise. This is agenda item D2, marine planning. The council's ad hoc marine planning committee met online in April and discussed several topics relevant to council managed fisheries and coastal fishing communities. These included the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management's West Coast oil and gas leasing activities, deep sea mineral mining, the ocean rainforest kelp farming project, marine carbon dioxide removal efforts, and a potential comment letter template for use in quick turnaround comment situations, as well as a brief update on the Pacific Fishing Effort Mapping Project, also known as PACFEM. These issues are described in the Marine Planning Committee's report under this agenda item, as well as some recommendations they have for council consideration. So the MPC will provide a briefing for you on that report. Council action today is just council discussion and comment as appropriate. You'll also see a supplemental gap report under this item too.
Okay, any questions? All right, so we'll get right to Mike, you're up. You might as well stay there the next time too, because you're up twice.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. It's nice to be back and providing an overview of the Marine Planning Committee report that summarizes our April 30th virtual meeting of the MPC. I'm Mike Conroy. I'm one of the MPC's co-chairs. My other co-chair, Susan Chambers, is currently mired in gap-related fun, so we will excuse her for not being here. There is admittedly a lot of content in our report, and this presentation is intended to follow the structure of that report. Next slide, please. So our report includes a high-level overview of the dual processes underway related to oil and gas development off the West Coast. The first analysis and proposal of the 11th National Outer Continental Shelf Oil and Gas Leasing Program was published last November. It includes 6 lease sales off of California, 3 in Southern California, 2 in Central, and 1 in Northern California, beginning as early as next year. The MPC, in collaboration with the Habitat Committee, developed a QR comment letter on your behalf that was submitted to BOEM on January 23rd. Regarding lease sales off of California, BOEM has already begun that process in parallel with the efforts related to the offshore leasing program. The next 3 slides address each process. Next slide, please. So, publication of the second analysis and proposal is the next step in the development of the 11th National Outer Continental Shelf Oil and Gas Leasing Program. Given the amount of time required for each step following publication of the second analysis, at least 150 days, and the 2027 scheduled lease sales, we're expecting this to happen very soon. Absent statutory direction, a lease sale cannot be held under the 11th program until 30 days after the program is approved, and any lease sale off California is going to fall under the program rather than statutory authority. Just of note, if the second analysis and proposal removes California from the leasing schedule, then that's it. There will be no lease sales off of California. However, given the low likelihood of that, we should assume that processes underway for California lease sales will continue. Next slide, please. So this slide shows BOEM's actions as of today in furtherance of oil and gas leasing activities within the Central and Southern California planning areas. Just as of note, BOEM and Bessie are currently being consolidated into the Marine Minerals Administration. We use BOEM throughout our report, and the materials, as the materials presented by Nessie during the April meeting had BOEM on them. Just by way of recollection, in January, requests for calls and information for potential lease sales offshore both were published, and this both within the Southern and Central California planning areas. And then on February 27th, BOEM published a notice of intent to prepare a programmatic EIS for proposed oil and gas lease sales in the Northern, Central, and Southern California planning areas. The comment period for that closed on March 30th. And once again, the MPC, in coordination with the HC, prepared a comment letter for your consideration that was submitted on March 30th. Next slide, please. So this slide depicts the anticipated future processes that would lead to lease sales within the California planning areas. As noted in the previous slide, BOEM has already completed the items on the left-hand side of the screen, the call and the notice of intent. We're expecting areas within the Central and Southern California planning areas will be identified based on comments received during the request for calls and information. This will differ from the process that BOEM utilized for offshore wind, where draft wind energy areas were published and we went through there. I will note that for the Central California planning area, BOEM received over 13,000 comments, and for Southern California, it was over 30,000 comments. During the MPC meeting, BOEM indicated it will not be publishing a draft programmatic EIS, but rather will develop a final programmatic EIS based on comments received on the notice of intent. This mirrors the process that was utilized by BOEM in publishing a final EIS for the platform Gilda well stimulation treatment, which includes hydraulic fracking. We recently learned that the California Coastal Commission, will be reviewing a consistency request for BOEM on platform Gilda activities later this summer. We recommend that the council task the Marine Planning Committee with tracking activities related to oil and gas leasing within the California planning areas. And if there are documents out for public review or comments at the MPC, in coordination with the HC, prepare comment letters for your consideration. Next slide, please. So switching gears to offshore mineral mining, I think Dr. Cole alluded to this, but which agency has authority depend on where the proposed activity will take place. Regarding activities planned on the high seas, I will try and not be duplicative of the information presented by Dr. Cole in the previous agenda item. I just will note that as of this morning, there are no fewer than 5 applications for exploration licenses that have been submitted. 4 of these include areas within the CCZ. And on June 2nd, NOS published in the Federal Register a notice of receipt for a deep seabed mining exploration license, not within the CCZ, but rather in the high seas near the Cook Islands. I mention that because we believe it provides an example of what we should expect when we see a similar effort within the CCZ. Once again, the MPC recommends that the council consult with the NOAA administrator on applications for exploration licenses or commercial recovery permits within the CCZ. Next slide, please. Within the EEZ, BOEM has authority under OXLA. This chart shows the typical timeline involved in the process for issuing mineral leases within the EEZ. During our MPC meeting, we did learn that BOEM has no plans to move forward with the mining leasing process off the West Coast this year. I will note that there are other efforts that are underway off Alaska and American Samoa and the Commonwealth of Northern Mariana Islands that we can learn from if and or when the RFI is published off the West Coast. Next slide, please. So once again, Dr. Cole showed this graphic, but here we're focusing on areas within the EEZ where critical minerals are expected to be located. And as you can see, there are areas both off Southern California and Central California, it looks like off of Oregon, where there are mineral deposits that could be of interest for potential mining development. Next slide, please. So in the interest of time, I'm not going to go into each item included within our report. I will point you to our report to see what those items are. But for California, we through a number of actions that are both related to offshore wind and aquaculture. Off Oregon, we've mentioned Governor Kotek's Executive Order 25-26, as well as information related on recent activities for offshore renewable energy. For Washington, we talked about after the MPC meeting, we learned that NOAA is initiating the management plan review for the Olympic Coast National Marine Sanctuary. The tribal updates focused on the oil and gas programmatic EIS and some recommendations that were included in the National Academy of Sciences report on offshore renewable energy development on the West Coast. So they were happy to have seen that. One of the activities that were mentioned in the California update of our report is the California Coastal Commission's consistency review of a proposed 2,000-acre kelp farm to be located in one of the aquaculture opportunity areas identified off the coast of Ventura. On the left-hand side of the screen shows a brief history of ocean and rainforest and what they've done and what they've been through. They operated a pilot project in 80 acres off the coast of Santa Barbara. Issues regarding lost anchors are impacting the full decommissioning requirement of that pilot project. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, as far as we can tell, is still reviewing the permit application request while developing the environmental docs as required by NEPA. On the right side of the screen is a photo providing information about the proposed project. On the lower right side, this depicts what an ocean cultivation unit will look like. It remains unclear how many such units will be located within the lease site, but I'm guessing that'll be part of the project description when Coastal Commission conducts its consistency review, which is currently anticipated to be sometime this fall. Once again, we have a recommendation for you all that task the Marine Planning Committee and Habitat Committee with tracking the CZMA consistency process for this kelp farm and to develop a comment letter if appropriate. Next slide, please. So while a discussion on marine carbon dioxide removal was embedded under the California update portion of our written report, we wanted to specifically call this out. I encourage you to look at our report for a full list of activities related to MCDR that are happening along the West Coast as well as in DC. If this is the first you're hearing of MCDR, you are not alone. This topic is not well known nor well understood within the fishing community. The picture on screen shows just a few of the approaches currently being considered with the hopes of capturing and sequestering carbon. According to the Global Ocean Health website, between 2020 and 2025, roughly 1 million tons of marine carbon removal credits have been sold. These transactions represent advanced market commitments to take this approach. Next slide, please. So we added this slide last week based on information that we received after the MPC meeting. You'll see within our report that there is a link to a web page describing an ocean iron fertilization field study proposed by XOS in the Northeast Pacific Ocean. The picture on the left-hand side of this slide shows the proposed location. In speaking to albacore fishery participants, this area has historic importance to that fleet, and it appears that it may also overlap with or come close to overlapping with salmon migratory routes. One of the benefits of this location was its proximity to Ocean Station Papa. Given that that is one of the buoys slated for removal, we're kind of wondering if that location is still preferred. The EPA is currently reviewing an application submitted by XOS under the Marine Protection Research and Sanctuaries Act. Once that application is deemed complete, it'll go out for public review. The XOS expects this to be within the next 3 to 6 months, hence why we included it in this slide. The MPC recommends the council task the MPC with continuing to track MCDR and its potential to impact council-managed fisheries, habitats, and communities. Slide 12, please. Next slide, sorry. The MPC received a brief demonstration on the Pacific Fishery Effort Mapping Project, PACFEM. By way of recollection, This is an integrated spatial fisheries data system designed to support ecosystem management, marine planning, and economic analyses of ocean activities. We've been looking forward to this since it was first brought to our attention in November of 2023. The slide you're looking at now shows the dashboard for the commercial West Coast albacore fishery. There are many different data layers that can be further explored, and we encourage folks to do so. Based upon the demo that we got in our meeting, the MPC agrees that it would be valuable to have the PFMC development team provide a dedicated briefing to address these questions and to ensure that the tool's full functionality can be used in marine planning policy reviews and comment letters. The next slide, please. So during your April meeting, the Habitat Committee reported on the need for a standardized high-level comment letter to respond to federal actions when comment periods are too brief or occur too frequently for the HC and MPC to develop detailed input. This effort will enable the MPC and Habitat Committee to spend less time on background and more time providing detailed comments when a proposed actions warrant such. The MPC recommends that Council support development of an MPC HC comment letter template for use when comment timelines limit detailed letter production and review. Next slide, please. So this slide includes all of our recommendations. The one that you haven't heard of, the top bullet point is our recommendation to place marine planning back on your agendas for June, November, and March. Despite the current lack of federal appetite for offshore wind, West Coast states are continuing to move forward with offshore wind-related activities. And while the federal appetite for offshore wind has left the building, it has been replaced with an appetite for oil and gas and offshore mining. Keeping the food analogy going, while MCDR currently isn't on the menu, it likely will be soon. In short, there's no shortage of things proposed or likely to be proposed that will result in marine planning issues that could affect council-managed fisheries, data collection surveys, habitats, and coastal communities. The MPC was formed to track and advise the council on such issues. And as usual, we would meet virtually 6 to 8 weeks before those meetings, submit a written report, and then summarize them during our floor time like now. And then the next slide is our last slide. And I apologize for the lengthy presentation, and we'll be happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Mike, for your great presentation. Any questions of Mike? Corey Writings.
Thanks. Thanks, Mike, and to the whole MPC for the work that went into this. This is so much stuff, and it's hard to digest. And so just really appreciate y'all taking the time to think through this. I actually have two questions. The first one is, did the MPC talk at all about the ocean observing system dismantling that we've been hearing about, and the possibility of those systems coming out of the water, and if that's going to impact our ability to track or understand any of these other activities that we're seeing building up in the ocean?
Through the Vice Chair, thanks for the question, Corey. The notice on that came out after April 30th, so we weren't aware of it. I'm sure that had it come out before April 30th, it would have been a big topic of conversation based upon emails that have gone back and forth between then and now. So,
thanks. And my second one is around the MCDR. You mentioned something about credits that are being sold. Can you talk a little bit more about that? Because given that you just described this as potentially on the menu in the future or coming to a restaurant near you or something, and yet these are already apparently making it into some sort of financial market or financial situation. Do you know more about that? And can you share a little bit more?
Through the Vice Chair, thanks for that question. I think that the folks that are pushing the MCDR initiative have learned from other efforts to push other initiatives where there wasn't the financial backing to do it. So now that they've got a market for this, they can show that there's a viable market for it to kind of spur it along. But other than that, I don't know. Other than the fact that the credits have been sold and that they exist, I don't know much else about the nuances of them.
Dr. Lent.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mike, for the report. Always very thorough and always full of surprises. I just want to ask, from what you know so far about PFMC, and I understand we're going to get a briefing, hopefully, if we follow your recommendation, is this something we could use in our regulatory packages to look at impacts of time area closure, season changes, that kind of thing? Thank you.
Yeah, to the Vice Chair. Thank you, Dr. Lent, for that question. My short answer is I sure hope so. Based upon what we saw and the little bit that I played around with it certainly provides some valuable information that can be supported and utilized both before and during the regulatory process. So I certainly hope that that's one of the, maybe it wasn't an unintended use of it, but maybe one of the unintended benefits from it.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mike, for that answer. And this is geared a little bit to our executive director. As you know, there's going to be a meeting in September to start talking about how to get economics into the analyses of what happens when we're changing tax, changing ACLs and whatever, and will fishing effort move around? Maybe this is something that could be integrated at the same time, because looking at it's basically dollars by area by fishery. So could be a useful shortcut. I'm not sure. I did reach out to some economists at the Northwest Center, and I understand they were not involved in this or not yet. Maybe I got that wrong, but anyway, I think it's got a lot of exciting potential, as you said, and hope we can make good use of it. Thank you.
Marcy?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm looking at slide, I think it's number 4 on oil and gas in California. And you ran through this pretty quickly and maybe looking for a little more detail, but I'm looking at the PEIS. There was a notice of intent issued on February 26th, then a scoping period that closed through on March 30th. If I'm understanding correctly, we're not going to see a draft EIS. We're only going to see a final. And do you have any clue when that might come? And then I see that the first sale is tentatively scheduled for 2027. Awfully quick timeline. Maybe you can talk to us a bit about what you know about what's to come and when.
Yeah, through the Vice Chair, that's a great question. It would not surprise me if the programmatic EIS dropped tomorrow. It wouldn't surprise me if it dropped in a month. Using history as a guide, we can look at what happened with the platform Gilda well treatment stimulation EIS that was developed. What the notice of intent for that went out on March 17th. It was a 10-day comment period. They've published the final version of that EIS on April 22nd. So what, 36 days from notice to final? So yeah, it's like I said, it wouldn't surprise me if the programmatic EIS dropped tomorrow.
Okay, seeing no more questions, I'd like to call up Mike Conroy for the next one. You're on here twice. Is that?
What else am I here for?
They just give me these things. All right, thank you. Oh, sorry, Corey.
Thanks. Sorry, I was a little slow there. Mike, this is to keep you on your toes maybe, but we heard in the last agenda item one possible way that deep sea mining could affect fishery. So this is the question is about what's the role, what do you see as the role with Habitat Committee, Marine Planning Committee? We have this plume of water that might affect the foraging of tunas and swordfish, and blah blah. The chain of cause and effect goes. So yeah, in that situation, what do you see as the roles of the two groups in understanding and advising? Eventually Habitat becomes a fishery. But yeah, so any thoughts on that? That just kind of occurred to me when we were having that last discussion.
No, through the Vice Chair, it's a good question, Corey. I would envision that it would be easy to say that the Habitat Committee can deal with the habitat impacts and the MPC, the fishery impacts. But, in terms of identifying how a West Coast managed fishery could be impacted by the activities, I think the MPC is uniquely situated to hear from the communities and learn of, how important is that prey element out there? To what degree will those migratory routes of bluefin or albacore be impacted, whether it be by sediment plumes or the noise generated or whatever else there is that's going on with those activities? I think it's it's an effort that's going to benefit from having both the HC and the MPC involved.
Corey Writings.
Thanks again. My question is actually similar to other Corey's in regarding these potential impacts on our fisheries. I know the MPC specifically calls out HMS stocks. And there's still, I realize there's a lot we don't know about this, given the lack of information we have. But as I'm just sitting here thinking about it, we heard this presentation this morning about the plumes, things in the water column. It could disrupt prey sources. And I can see that connection to HMS. And I'm wondering about other fisheries. If anybody in the MPC was thinking about any other stocks, and even through sort of the ecosystem components, thinking about if this impacts things like protected species. If we have turtles that are migrating and this is going to take out a bunch of turtles, is that going to, make a threatened stock endangered and then make it much harder to go fishing? So I'm just curious about the depth of discussion that was had there, if there's any additional capacity you might need or suggest for us to understand those at this point. Just thinking on that line.
Yeah, through the vice chair, sort of at a high level, we had those discussions because our conversation was focused on the activities within it. I'm not going to tongue twist myself, the CCZ. We were looking primarily focused on the HMS impact and the potential to impact the HMS fishery off the West Coast. If you look at that USGS map that shows areas that's sort of off the north, I guess you'd call it the northwest side of the EEZ, off of sort of the Canadian-US border, I think that would bring in salmon, that would bring in groundfish, that would bring in Pacific halibut, that would bring in a whole slew of other stocks, other species, other protected species. But we looked at it through the lens of where these activities are being proposed and what the impacts on those activities could be.
All right, seeing no other questions, thank you, sir. Next would be Miss Susan Chambers, the GAP report. Good afternoon, Susan.
Okay, do I have to press a button? I forget. Nope, doesn't sound like it. Okay. I don't know if I'm catching a cold or what, but okay. Thank you, Council. My name is Susan Chambers with the GAP, and I will be reading from Supplemental GAP Report 1 on marine planning. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel reviewed the Marine Planning Committee's report on marine planning. How many times can we say marine planning? And appreciates the MPC's continued diligence in tracking the wide range of activities that have the potential to affect council-managed groundfish fisheries, fishing communities, and marine habitats along the West Coast. The issues outlined in the MPC report represent ongoing and emerging concerns that warrant careful council attention. And in the interest of time, we support all the MPC's recommendations. They're listed there, so I will skip down to, we have a section on the Pacific Ocean Observation Initiative buoys. As noted in the Habitat Committee report under agenda item F1A and discussed under marine planning in the GAP at this meeting, the GAP is concerned about the potential loss of critical ocean observing infrastructure in the Pacific, including NOAA's Ocean Station Papa Buoy and the Ocean Observatory's Initiative Buoy Network. These systems provide long-term environmental, oceanographic, and ecosystem data that support fisheries science, stock assessments, climate research, and ecosystem research. Of particular concern is the loss of Ocean Station Papa, one of the longest-running ocean observation sites in the North Pacific. The historical data sets collected at Papa provide an irreplaceable baseline for understanding ocean conditions, biological productivity, carbon cycling, marine heat waves, and ecosystem change. While individual research projects can deploy temporary monitoring equipment, decades of continuous observations cannot be recreated once lost. The GAP notes that emerging ocean use proposals, including the ex-OS Ocean Iron Fertilization Research Program, discussed under the MCDR issue, have identified Ocean Station Papa region as an important scientific reference area due to its extensive historical record and existing observation infrastructure. The removal of the Papa buoy and other Pacific observing assets could reduce the ability of researchers, managers, and stakeholders to evaluate the environmental effects of such projects, distinguish project impacts from natural variability, and make informed decisions regarding ocean resource management. The GAP encourages the Council to support continued operation and funding of Pacific Ocean observing systems and to communicate the importance of retaining these data streams to federal decision makers. Regarding decommissioning oil and gas platforms, this was not in the MPC report, but the GAP discussed it. Decommissioning oil and gas platforms in California has the potential to impact some fisheries access and infrastructure within ports. We note the Habitat Committee has been tracking this relative to fisheries habitats, but suggest the MPC may want to also track decommissioning efforts as they relate to fisheries and port access. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Susan. Any questions of Susan? Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Susan, what the Papa buoy? Where's that located at exactly?
I forget. Can I phone a friend? I know it's in the North Pacific, but I'm not sure how close it is to the XOIS project. Mike, do you recall? There we go. About 100 miles from the XOIS project in the North Pacific.
North Pacific of
in the middle of the Gulf of Alaska.
Okay.
Sort of.
Okay.
Yeah, it's hard. I'm not sure how to describe it without drawing a picture.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right.
Okay.
Seeing
Thank
none,
you.
thank you. And I have one public comment from Sarah Schumann, who is supposed to be online. Sarah, are you with us? Kind of waiting for some technical difficulties maybe to clear up, so.
Yes. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Sarah, welcome.
Hi. Thank you. Thanks for giving me a chance to speak here. I just want to elaborate a little bit on the presentation Mike gave about marine carbon dioxide removal, or MCDR, and let you guys know about some resources that are available to continue your learning journey on that topic as it becomes more important to the fisheries and fisheries management community. Unfortunately, I don't have a
Sarah, we lost you for a second there. Craig, could you help those guys out back there? What's? Hold on, Sarah. We lost you. Try to get you back here. Give you another minute or so. Yeah, if you hear us, Sarah, I don't know what happened, but we lost you. So we have to go ahead and move on. Do we have any online testimony? Okay. All righty. So we've come to council discussion. Anything to discuss? Jamie?
I was just going to flag, Ms. Schuman did submit a written version of her comments. So since we aren't able to, we have technical difficulties, at least it is captured there.
Okay. Task at hand is provide guidance for future comment opportunities. Corey.
Thanks. Yeah, just again, thank the MPC and the GAP for weighing in on this. We've got a lot of things on the dashboard here, and it's great to know that we have a group of folks keeping their eyes on it and keeping us appraised. I would just endorse all the asks that were made in the MPC report, ask them to continue monitoring and any letters that might be appropriate for us to write, whether that's quick response or not. And definitely support having a PFMC briefing or whatever sort of council staff feels is most appropriate there. That seems like a very useful tool. Thinking about that from a variety of fisheries and the ecosystem lens, I think that sounds like a useful thing that the council could definitely benefit from. And I also, as part, endorse the idea of a template. Anything that's going to make folks' lives easier, faster, I think. Happy to move that forward as a concept to develop with council staff.
Thank you, Corey. Anyone else? Oh, Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, I would echo Corey's comments in supporting the MPC recommendations that they've made for us here today. Speaking on the topic of a standing MPC agenda item in June, November, and March, I think that's a good idea. I think that's about right. I think a lot changes month to month. And if I think back just, 3-4 months ago, the subjects were different. And so a lot changes very quickly in a short period of time. I just can't say enough about the commitment that they are making to keep track of all of these events going in the background. It is really a remarkable undertaking that they are following along all the various processes and the pieces of each item along the way. So I think the template idea with comment letters will certainly help expedite development of letters. At least from this council member's perspective, I appreciate their willingness to develop letters on quick timelines and produce letters for us to consider using our quick response process. I know sometimes there's not a lot of time, and we can continue to see our comment periods shorten or go away entirely. So whatever they can do in advance to prepare so that we'll have the lead time we need to complete the quick response process as the need arises. So thank you again.
Thank you, Marcy. And I thought Jamie Dimon.
Thank you. I echo what Corey and Marcy already said, and just a lot of these issues are taking place in Southern California. Several of them, like the ocean rainforest proposal for kelp, as well as the fracking of platform gilda, are happening within a few miles of each other, and these multiple possibly problematic things are coming up. And so I appreciate that all these things are being tracked. How this mining may affect our HMS as they come through on their way over through Southern California and then up the coast. It's concerning and would have a huge impact on recreational fishing as well, not just commercial, but the recreational industry. And so I appreciate that they are keeping an eye on that. I would support the recommendations. I believe one of the things was in the report was a briefing on PFMC and how that works. And I think there was maybe even a part where it was like maybe they could brief the council. I wasn't sure if it was briefing the council or briefing the MPC further on it. But I think it's a useful tool, although I think it's more commercially minded, but I won't be too offended by that. That it has not a lot of recreational use in it, but still a useful tool. And then, yeah, I definitely support the template letters for quick responses. So thank you.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thank
Marcy?
you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just a thought occurred to me on the PACFIM briefing concept. Perhaps council staff might consider making that an all AB briefing opportunity virtual so that we'd be able to all attend at once. Thank you.
I think that's a good idea that we can make happen. So, all right. Seeing no hands up, turn it over to Miss Martina. See if have we done our task here to completion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you to the MPC for their work. I've completed a discussion on this item and your business is complete.
Okay, thank you. And I'll be turning the gavel over to the chairman, Mr. Hassemer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We're going to proceed and move into our first groundfish management item. And let's hang on for just a minute. We'll be back in action in 2 minutes, maybe 3. Just trying to track down our staff officer. That's pretty critical to this process. And while we give Todd a chance to get set up there, I did notice on some of my news feeds, it's National Fishing and Boating Week. So glad you all get to sit in here in a meeting instead of being out fishing or boating. Todd, are you ready?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Council. So before us, we have agenda item E1, which is the National Marine Fisheries Service Report. So the region is here, and as well as the Science Center are here to inform the Council on ongoing developments with their respective branches. The region will be reporting out on their workload and relevant rulemaking plans of interest to the Council, and the Science Center will be here to discuss current groundfish-related science materials. Looking to your briefing book, you have essentially 3 items. You have more than 3 items. You have the supplemental NIMS report, which is from Ms. Kent, and you have the supplemental Northwest Fishery Science reports, which is dealing with the marine mammal, seabird, and sea turtle mortality, and a presentation which will be given by Mr. McVeigh. Your action, as always, is to have a good, vigorous discussion and discuss the updates and comments as appropriate. And with that, Mr. Chair, I conclude my overview.
Thank you. Any questions on the overview? Not seeing any, then I will turn to Keely Kent for the NIMS report. Keely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be
walking through supplemental NIMS report 1 under agenda item E1A, and then provide just a couple of quick updates. So we did submit our typical rulemaking report to update the council on anything that has been published since the April meeting. We did publish the council's March in-season recommendation that went into effect on May 1st. We published the proposed rule for the limited entry follow-on actions, which is associated with Amendment 36 to the FMP that was published on April 17th. That was open for a 30-day public comment period. We also published the final rule for the whiting specifications for 2026 that was published on May 11th. And then very recent news, let's see, on Tuesday, this coming Tuesday, we'll publish the extension for the emergency rule that increased the harvest specifications for petrale sole, short-spine thorny-headed canary. We have to extend those so that we can cover the full calendar year of 2026. So that is in place. In terms of rulemakings, that has everything that's published. We have a number of final rules continuing to work through the system, including the Cordell Bank action that we heard about this morning. That's probably the closest to publication. We've been working with Department of Commerce General Counsel, which is near the end of that process. And so could publish very soon from where we are now. We're hopeful on that. The gear marking and entanglement risk reduction final rule is also in progress. That's moving through the internal system, pretty close to heading to headquarters, moving on its next step in the journey. And then the final rule for limited entry follow-on, implementing Amendment 36, has been in headquarters for a little while now. So all of these actions are moving along. As we've talked about previously, our rulemaking timelines are different than they had been before and a bit difficult to predict, but we are seeing progress through the steps. So we're hopeful those actions will be finalized soon. For rulemakings, those are the updates that I have. A couple other quick updates. Wanted to update the council that NIMS has finished its status determination process after the most recent round of stock assessments, and we have made the positive finding that yellow eye rockfish is rebuilt. So we finalized the administrative process for that, which of course clears the way for your final action on specs at this meeting and discontinuing that rebuilding plan. Also wanted to update the council that the NIMS West Coast region was able to find some funding to send some of our staff out on a port tour this summer. If you recall, we did a port tour 2 years ago. We are doing another one, a different area. This time we'll be able to cover the communities from Westport to Newport. That'll be happening July 13th through 17th. It'll be a mix of groundfish staff as well as halibut staff, CPS, and permits and monitoring. And so there's been some initial notifications out to folks in those communities about opportunities to engage. And I'm definitely interested in folks helping spread the word. We want to get out and see and talk with as many people as possible when we go through those ports. And then finally, just some quick branch news. I'm going to be stepping out from my position temporarily and be doing a detail with the Northwest Fishery Science Center. We're expecting that there will be a backfill in my position for about 3 to 4 months. We don't have that name yet, but we will share that with you when we do have it. And those are my updates.
Thank you. Any questions regarding the NIMS report? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kent. I'm still struggling with why it's taking so long for things to get through headquarters. I know everybody at the West Coast region is doing everything they can to get our rules through. This is my understanding. There was some discussion at the agency leadership meeting in New Orleans a few weeks ago that something had been figured out and things would work better, but we still seem to be having a lot of delays. You may not be able to speak to it because I suspect it's multiple levels above your pay grade, but just is there any change in the process that we can be expecting to make things happen on a more expedient timeline?
Thanks for the question, Ms. Mattis. One of those situations where two seemingly different things are true at the same time. Things have changed in the past year and a half. The timelines were very long. They are less long now, but perhaps not as short as what we are used to. I think it's difficult right now to know, is the timeline happening, that we're seeing, on these actions right now, the new timeline, or will that change, right? We had stuff sit for a year and a half. I don't think we're in that world anymore. So there have been things figured out, processes finalized, new forms and things like that. But I just don't know, and I'm not sure that anyone knows sort of now what the new timeline is, right? Like we used to have sort of estimations of a proposed and final rule. What does that take? Average, it was always 9 months. I don't think that's true now, but I don't know what the new answer is or if it'll continue to change over the next few years and what that will look like.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Kent. I appreciate that it's kind of out of your hands. Thinking to Monday, we're taking final action on our biennial harvest specifications for 27, 28. Sorry, got slightly confused with what's called a biennium in our state budgeting process. So we're taking final action on Monday. If you're looking at your cracked crystal ball, should we be thinking about contingency plans if specs aren't in place by January 1 of 2027?
Thanks for the question, Ms. Mattis. I think it's probably good this time around to be thinking and planning for that. I don't know what the contingency planning looks like on the state side. I think, in past cycles in the council, many cycles ago, when we used to have specifications late, we looked at things like emergency rules. I don't think that that's a possibility for us here, but I do think the states should be thinking about contingency planning. We will, of course, communicate as we go through, right? We have a sense of if a proposed rule doesn't publish by the end of September, then things are going to get real dicey. So you'll have some viewpoints sort of along the way of when will we know we might have a problem, and we will of course share that with you all.
Yeah, thank you. I meant by the we, I meant the council family. I confused things with speaking to the state budget process, but appreciate that feedback, and we'll stand by and see what we have to do when we know more in September. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe just a follow-up for Keely, if I could. Looking across other FMPs and other rules this year, I think there has been a decent amount of success with getting rules published on time in halibut and salmon. But maybe can you characterize West Coast region wide the delays we're seeing with these couple of packages? Do you feel like they're just kind of are they viewed as lower priority? Are they not on immediate timelines that have critical needs? Maybe you can just speak to those communications if they're happening with headquarters.
Thanks for the question. Within the rulemakings, the prioritization has occurred agency-wide for specification rulemakings, right? So I think, you're mostly referencing specifications packages in those other FMPs. Those have been prioritized. There have been successes in some regions. There are some regions whose specifications have been late. So that isn't a guarantee. There were some exemptions carved out from some of the recent EOs for specifications packages, right? So there was an understanding of an interest in keeping fisheries open and going while we work out some of the other pieces of what the regulatory plan looks like for the agency. So that is true. And I think there's the chance of success at timing on specifications. Our other packages that are not specifications, they have taken longer because there isn't that exemption. We didn't have some of the processes in place of how we were going to address some of the EOs for a while, and they are multi-agency processes that have to occur. We have them now. So we should have a more clear path for non-specifications packages, but I think the Groundfish branch does most of the non-specifications packages, compared to the other fisheries in the West Coast. So I think we've dealt with this more than perhaps the rest of our branches have. But I do feel like the landscape is constantly shifting. And so it doesn't necessarily mean that we'll continue to have challenges. It's just that we don't know yet sort of where we're going to end up and if there will be a typical timeline that we can rely on sometime soon.
Thank you. Other questions? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Keeley, for the report. I'm just going to put on my hat very quickly as your representative to the take reduction team. I understand from the updates that I've had that the take reduction plan is in final review and edit. I don't know if that has to go up the pipeline like a regulatory document. And the plans are underway for the follow-up actions, some of which will involve people from the council, from the GAP, et cetera. So that's my understanding. If anything to add, appreciate any updates. Thank you.
Keeley.
Thank you for the question. Yes, the take reduction team has met and has finalized their recommendations to the agency. So then the agency looks at that and does have to go through a rulemaking process of those recommendations. I don't right now have an estimate of what that timeline looks like, but I can get back with protected resources and talk to them and bring you all an update on that, on what they're seeing for a timeline at a future meeting. And then, yes, I agree with how you're characterizing it. There's an expectation of continued engagement of take reduction team members on some of the pieces of their recommendations. There's best practices guides. There's further discussion about the block area closures and how that fits in with backstops and things like that. So there's more engagement and work to be done by that team. That's engagement with NIMS. We're working out sort of the next steps on that, and we'll continue through that process. And yeah, I will look to get an update for you all at a future meeting on the rulemaking part of that and other pieces as well.
Thank you. Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Keeley. Next, we have the Science Center, Northwest Fisheries Science Center report, and John McVeigh is here to give that. Good afternoon, John.
And Chair Hassemer and members of the council. For the record, my name's John McVeigh. I'm the acting director of the Fishery Resource Analysis and Monitoring Division at the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. I'm here for the NIMS Groundfish Science Center report. Next slide, please. So today I'd like to give some brief updates on our, excuse me, our groundfish and some other surveys that are executed through the Science Center. Point out our marine mammals, seabird, and sea turtle bycatch report that was submitted to the briefing book, and also talk about some data some data access tools. Some of which you already heard. I have a couple slides unpacked them. We can hopefully move through quickly. Next slide, please. Our groundfish bottom trawl survey is been going on the last few weeks and was slated to leave today, but is delayed at least one day due to weather. But the survey is going well. Just a couple of weather days here and there. I thought I might point out a couple of reports I've gotten that may be of interest to the council. The survey saw 6 green sturgeon during legs 1 and 2, which is a bit of an anomaly compared to prior years. All were released alive. Some anecdotal reports we have is that there just seems to be an abundance of green sturgeon off the Columbia River and just elsewhere. We also, there's a picture in the slide, the last straw retrieved an intact portion of a methane cold seep carbonate deposit. So that will be brought and displayed somewhere in Newport, I'm not quite sure. And that's an interesting deep dive on the internet if you want to learn about those formations. I will point out too, just in our ongoing effort to increase efficiency and streamline data, we're testing a new tool called Data Tender that was developed in-house that allows using vessel Starlink to upload daily tow and other catch information, sensor data directly into our database, where we can start to perform in-season quality control on that data quicker, updating the council on just our efforts to modernize, increase efficiency in our data pipelines and reduce errors. Our hook and line survey, just another update that is still scheduled for September, October of this year. And then I thought I would give just a brief mention to the Integrated West Coast Pelagic Survey as well. They are, I think today, beginning mobilization down in San Diego. We have some of our Northwest staff joining Southwest staff members to mobilize before departure on June 17th. Right now, that is the departure date. The end of that survey is when we do our hake research in this even year. We'll be doing that in conjunction with DFO Canada, where the Franklin will be down. They'll be conducting research September 3rd, and then that will conclude September 22nd. That is all on track to happen. Next slide, please. I thought I would give an update. We heard earlier about some of the warm ocean conditions off of our coast. We have other surveys at the center, not in my division, but may provide some information to the council on what we're seeing on the water. And since these surveys just conducted the past month or so, I thought I would provide an update on our juvenile salmon and ocean ecosystem survey, as well as the Northern California current ecosystem survey that document the physical and biological conditions in waters off the coast of Oregon and Washington in May and June. Like we heard earlier today, and I guess is now official, we have an El Nino predicted through later this summer and winter. And observations from these surveys may be timely in providing valuable information about the productivity of the ecosystem prior to the onset of these conditions. So those observations from the May surveys indicate that upwelling has been strong, keeping ocean conditions cool and productive. As similar to the past years, this year they saw a mix of both warm and cool species. Catches of juvenile salmon appeared similar to the long-term mean, and there was a high diversity of non-salmonid species as well, and prey species including anchovies, rockfish, herring, and squid. So overall, early observations from this May JSOS and NCC ecosystem survey indicate that the current productive conditions could help buffer the region against negative effects of the forecasted El Nino, especially if upwelling remains strong and persistent through the summer. So next slide, please. I'm happy to provide through our Northwest Center Observer Program the 2002 to 24 marine mammal, seabird, and sea turtle bycatch report. This draft report describes our bycatch of marine mammals, seabirds, and sea turtles during that time period. It's been a number of years since these reports have been produced. And in our efforts, again, to create more efficient data products, we've combined these, which used to be separate reports on each of these species. And these reports represent a broad array of species that we see, which is a little different than some of the more targeted species-specific reports we've produced for our groundfish biop and the TRT. This is across all years and all the sectors that we have monitor information for. So I'd also like to note that now that we've gotten this new report assembled, the various reports pulled into one data product, we've also created a similar, what you might be used to seeing in our groundfish mortality report, which is a table that captures all of this information that can be looked at and sorted and filtered however you want to and used however you see fit. That is E1B Supplemental Northwest Fisheries Science Center Report 2. So much like our GM report, we have that a smaller condensed report and then the data provided in this table. The goal going forward, now that we've got this assembled, is to produce this annually to get on a better track to be reporting information more timely. So we hope to have this for the June council meeting in upcoming years. The methodology here reflects previous versions of the report and is described in the text. I will note with partial video review and some of the trawl catch share sectors, we are using information from both electronic monitoring and observers to estimate bycatch. Overall, these Bayesian methods result in stable estimates over the time series that reflect the general bycatch trend rather than years of particularly low or high estimation reflecting the rarity of observed bycatch. So in some, none of the new years of data suggest any significant changes from our previous reports. And we do note that there's been no new sea turtle bycatches occurred and bycatch of both short-tailed albatross and humpback whales, as shared earlier with the TRT. It's now estimated through 2024. No new takes occurred in 2024, and the resulting estimates have not exceeded buyout thresholds. Next slide, please. Fortunately, I was here for the last item, and you got an overview of the PFMC data product, which I'll just cover briefly here since this was a joint project with the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. Lisa Pfeiffer in FRAM was a major contributor to this effort, along with the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission and state partners. So PFMC presents the best publicly available spatial data for viewing and summarizing fishing effort in 8 commercial fishery dashboards. This fills the need for an extensive integrated data source covering fishing effort and catch location on the U.S. West Coast. So this is a combination of logbook, fish ticket, VMS, observer, and permit data across 3 states and federal jurisdictions. Presents summarized fishing revenue, catch, and effort on gridded maps like the one shown here. There is a public-facing dashboard that can be used to filter by year, state, other selected area. There's also access for those that can have access to the confidential level information that can be granted as well. Lisa notes that these dashboards can be used to fill requests for information on fishing effort by BOEM or other agencies, analyze the change in spatial distribution over time, or depict the difference in spatial distribution of fishing effort by fishery. Next slide. One feature that we wanted to point out is, through this integration of VMS information, we're able to provide, which I think a lot of folks have known for a long time, logbooks and observer information often give us a start and end position, which is great, but doesn't always paint the complete picture of how fishing is occurring. So this overlay of VMS data, we're able to depict the actual tracks of where fishing is occurring. So if a fisherman is, going around something or staying out of an area, we can see that through this tool. There's also through the QR code and links, a web story, I believe, on the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission website that you can look at that gives some more information. And Lisa Pfeiffer is also available to give more in-depth presentations on this tool. Next slide, please. Lastly, I'll conclude with another tool that has actually been available for a little bit of time, but wanted to draw attention to it, the Pacific Surveyor Explorer. And this is a data tool for trawl survey data across the Pacific Ocean from the U.S. West Coast, Canada, and Alaska. The information in here is coming from our U.S. surveys and Canadian surveys, allowing users to compare trends and species-specific biomass within each region and compare growth and distribution. So this tool has focused only on including species that are present in at least 2 regions. So not every important West Coast groundfish species is available here. And development is ongoing with plans in the ad to add additional data to make this a more valuable tool. Next slide. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. McVeigh on the presentation, the Science Center report? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. McVeigh, for the presentation, particularly the marine mammal, seabird, and sea turtle report. And appreciate that that's all been presented in one package and that you're apparently going to be repeating that in future years. I think that's great. I have one specific question, and that's in section 5.1. You note that some bycatch species were observed for the first time in certain sectors and gears. For example, humpback whales in the midwater rockfish fleet. Are you, midwater hake fleet. Are you surprised that some of these species were seen for the first time? Is it because the fisheries are moving or some of the protected species are moving? And can you just reconfirm that all of the species that you were looking at in here, the harvest for marine mammal or the bycatch was below PBR, and the other ESA listed species were within their allowances? Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. So the seeing new species, I'm not surprised. For particularly in fisheries, we have less than 100% observer coverage or monitoring. So over time, right, we're going to be seeing more species. I don't have information that could explain why. There's probably a lot of drivers to why a particular fleet over time may encounter new species. Our intent with this report is just to communicate what mortality bycatch that we are seeing in the fisheries that we're monitoring. We're not trying to draw any conclusions about why. And I could go back and check. We don't put our numbers up against PBR or any of the other ESA thresholds, except for what is called out in BIOPS and other reports where we're engaged on that front. This report isn't intending to do that, rather just much like our groundfish mortality report those out. To my knowledge, the answer to those is no, but I would want to double check with my colleagues to verify that.
Thank you. Other questions? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. McVeigh. My question is also on the same report, and it's regarding the scope of the report. So is this something that is just in our exclusive economic zone, just the groundfish fishery? What is the actual scope of where this bycatch is coming from?
The scope of this report are all of the fisheries that we have observer information or EM information from. So if you look at Table 2, it has a list of all of the different sectors that we've monitored and produced bycatch estimates for. So that would be the scope. The West Coast Groundfish Observer Program and the At-Sea Hake Observer Program are focused on groundfish fisheries and more recently on federal groundfish fisheries, but we're reporting information that we have going back in time as far back as we have observer information.
Did you have a follow-up, Corey? Annie Evanson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the report. I have a question on the same marine mammal, seabird, and sea turtle bycatch report in a similar vein as Ms. Ridings. I note that the report is in draft stage, and notice there were, let's call it, some deficiencies in the information in terms of it talks about methodology for 100% observer coverage and then less than 100% observer coverage. And it covers a lot of ground in a lot of different fisheries, as you noted, up and down the seaboard, and recognizing that incidences of bycatch are going to be, has a big temporal, spatial component to it. I found the details on the types of observations. Are they direct observations versus, frequently we see, like sea lion haul out surveys where you might see a flasher and a hook in a mouth and attribute it to a hook and line fishery. What type of coverage there are, what type of surveys that have been done, and how those are extrapolated out. Because less than 100% could mean 5%. It could mean 95%. So it's a lot of uncertainty. And this type of stuff, because the Marine Mammal Protection Act is blanket, as is the Migratory Bird Act, and the these types of things do end up also in our BIOPS for ESA. So I'm wondering if you can comment on some of those details and whether they'll be provided in the final report. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I'd be happy to talk more about what deficiencies you see in the report. If you're referencing the mention of the coverage levels that we have, we do report those in Table 1 of the report. We calculate our observer coverage in all fisheries that we provide bycatch numbers for, and those are provided here as well as in another report we publish annually on our observer coverage for the fisheries we are observing. And our coverage does vary across sectors depending on our resources and if there's mandates like 100% requirement. But if there are other, you mentioned it's a draft report, which is correct. We consider, excuse me, when we bring our mortality reports to the council as part of our internal review process, which is why we submit them as draft reports before we finalize them and publish as a tech memo or wherever these reports go on to sort of be kept for reference later. So we are welcoming feedback. We've brought this report to the GAP to get feedback and welcome any other comments you have. We can take them now or we can talk offline.
Jamie Dimon.
Thank you. Question on the figures that you have with the estimated takes across the different fisheries. It would be helpful if we had the context of like, it's around, what is it? In some of the years, say 100 albatross, but how big is the population of albatross? So like the context of the population, not just the number of take, I think might be helpful to kind of get some context of interaction and then also understanding that for some of these species, like it's maybe not their normal area versus if it's within like a breeding ground or a rookery area type of thing. And so if the interactions are higher because it's in an area where there's going to be increased interactions versus a remote area and there happen to be some, like they're not normally in this area, and like just getting that kind of background context information would be helpful. Because when you see a chart and it's like full up because the upper limit is like 100 and it's full, and then you see other ones where it's little, just understanding the size of the population in relation to the number we're looking to is helpful. Thanks.
Thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thanks. And I should have said this earlier, but thanks, Mr. McVeigh, and to the NIMS folks for putting this together. It seems like the intent is to have this all in one place and have it a little bit more digestible. And from your comment, it sounds like we're expecting to see this sort of on an annual basis. So thanks to you and your team for trying to put this together in a way that the council can easily understand and digest, and agree with previous comments about sort of, some things we could add to it for even better digestion and context. My question is regarding sort of the methods. And from my understanding, the Bayesian time series analysis is sort of best practice and is a method that's well understood and used. Is that method also used to think about bycatch in other species? So thinking about like HMS, is that standard practice across NIMS to understand and model and think about bycatch, especially in fisheries that aren't 100% observed?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. There is a national bycatch report that answers your question about other sectors and the use of where Bayesian or ratio estimators are used to estimate bycatch. I can give you that link. I don't believe we included it in our report. I have it in my notes. So I will say that that methodology, though, is used, particularly with rare events, protected species bycatch in other regions. But I can give you more detailed information. You can find that in this report.
Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, please, Chair Hassemer. John, thanks for the presentation. I did notice that you mentioned upwelling been strong and keeping ocean conditions cool and productive. But it seems to me that the spring transition was late this year. Is that, I mean, did you guys follow that at all? Because I know at least off our boats fishing down off Monterey and even off home, it seemed like that the northwest winds really didn't kick in until a few weeks ago, it seems like. Is that what you guys saw there too?
Through the chair. Thanks for the question, Brad. The reports from the survey had similar things that we had these, strong upwelling winds that shifted right before we came here at the beginning of June off of Oregon. We saw a more southerly shift and southerly rains coming in. I can't speak to if that was earlier or late. You might know better than I do, but they did note that. And so as we get more information, we can come back and just report. We thought it would be beneficial just to let you know what we're seeing on the water.
Thank you. Any other questions? I'm not seeing any hands. John, I have one. But first, I want to thank you also and compliment the Science Center on pulling this all together into one report, and it's valuable. And obviously, first time we see it creates a lot of questions. I'll have some other comments during council discussion, but a question that may bear on that, it gets back to the modeling and the effort that was used, I think similar to Ms. Evanson's question. In section 4.1.2, it talks about fish ticket data, and it says for total fleet-wide bycatch estimation, the landed amount of each species or species group is the only proxy for effort. But further down then, and you mentioned this, the Bayesian model was used to estimate bycatch, and under there it says the effort metric on monitored vessels. There's three choices: number of gear deployments, number of gear units, though different than the catch. I guess maybe my question is, and I see there's other Science Center folks here, when I look at whether it's a figure or the table, the bycatch estimate, what is the effort metric that's used when that has to be expanded? Is it catch? Is it some other effort measure? Help me understand that.
Thank you for the question, Chair Hassemer. Well, I will help you understand as best I can. There are others that could probably dig deeper on this question than I can. And I think we could, thank you for bringing this up. This is something we can provide clarity on in a final report. I believe the authors were intending the effort metric when we're generating our what we call coverage rates. We're slightly different on our coast, so we use percent landings as our metric for observer coverage, and not something like sea days or trips observed or tows. We find that's a better representation of effort. So I think that comment about using fish ticket information and landings was intended for Table 1, which produces our coverage rates. For my understanding, for the bycatch numbers themselves, we're using the Bayesian methodology that was outlined later in the document. And I can work with the authors to make that a little bit more clear. If it's creating confusion here, it likely will elsewhere, and we'd like to address that.
All right, thank you. Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Presentation. That completes the reports. We do have an advisory body report, the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel. It says Susan Chambers, but Travis, you don't quite look like Susan. Please come up. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Hassemer, members of the council. I hope I'm going to be reading from the correct report after that. Name is Travis Hunter. I'll be reading from agenda item E1C, Supplemental Gap Report 1 on National Marine Fisheries Service Report. Northwest Fisheries Science Center updates. With respect to the Northwest Fisheries Science Center's report on marine mammal, seabird, and sea turtle bycatch in U.S. West Coast groundfish fisheries 2002 through 2024, GAP appreciates the proposal to increase the frequency of this report to provide timely data. However, members noticed some eye-popping global statistics and global fishery statements that have little to do with the West Coast groundfish sectors the report is about. The report does not highlight the great successes that West Coast groundfish fishermen put into monitoring, assessing, and mitigating bycatch issues, or acknowledge that many of those activities are industry funded. For example, regarding seabird mortalities, the GAP is proud of the relatively low mortalities in our fisheries of species such as black-footed albatross. While the Eastern Pacific is not a major breeding ground for black-footed albatrosses, the species is here seasonally. The bulk of the population, approximately 70,000 breeding pairs, is in the Northwest Hawaiian Islands. Eastern Pacific abundance is therefore low and mostly non-breeding. Generally, the data in the NMFS report estimates our annual mortality of black-footed albatross is approximately 100 individuals. The GAP requests that the MMSBT tables be incorporated more fully into the report to provide context for the graphs. Graphs can be misleading, but displaying the data in tables could help to demonstrate the small overall impacts of our groundfish fisheries. It would also be helpful to contrast confirmed take with estimated take so that we can see real numbers versus estimates. The GAP also notes that the report states, quote, prior to the IFQ program, vessels in this fishery could only fish with bottom trawl gear, underline added for emphasis, which is inaccurate. Other forms of trawl gear, including midwater gear, were used in the trawl fishery prior to catch share program implementation. The GAP appreciates the Northwest Fishery Science Center efforts to keep the 2026 groundfish surveys on track. Cost recovery. The GAP received a briefing on the 2026 cost recovery annual report for the trawl program from Ms. Keely Kent, National Marine Fisheries Service, at the end of the April council meeting. While the GAP appreciates the report's description of how NMFS calculates incremental costs, all these years and almost $19 million later, it is still not clear how NMFS calculates reduced sector costs resulting from efficiencies of the trawl catch shares program. For example, how are the following activities that NMFS conducted prior to the catch shares program estimated and subtracted from current annual costs? Trip limit management, in-season management, at-sea whiting sector management, data collection, observer coverage, and enforcement. The 2016 opinion on Glacier Fish Company versus Pritzker, written by the United States Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit, highlights that NMFS did not subtract cost savings related to efficiencies from current program costs. A few excerpts from that. The regulations required NMFS to develop a method to evaluate whether it has gained any efficiencies and reduce costs as a result of implementing the co-op permit program. A review of the record discloses that NMFS did not develop or apply such reasonable methods. NMFS apparently made no attempt to calculate the reduced trawl sector related costs resulting from efficiencies in the program as it was required to do. Based on our review of the record, NMFS did not properly determine the actual incremental costs that were directly related to the management, data collection, and enforcement of each sector. In addition to the issue of appropriately calculating incremental costs, the GAP also has concerns that the mothership sector cost recovery fee for 2026 is again set at the maximum of 3%. Mothership sector largely manages itself through a cooperative program where participants pay out of pocket for cooperative manager, data monitoring and reporting, and for 200% catch monitoring, which is electronic monitoring or observers on mothership catcher vessels and 2 observers on each mothership processor. Mothership participants have to pay to manage the fishery themselves and pay National Marine Fisheries Service at the full cost recovery fee in a sector that has not had financial success under the trawl catch share program. And then please see prior GAP statements that provide more detail on these concerns, and they are listed below. The GAP included cost recovery as one of the highest priority items for the trawl follow-on actions, and we recommend that item include analysis of the following: a review of cost recovery implementation and billing from other catch share programs around the country, such as in Alaska Sablefish IFQ, where quota share owners pay cost recovery, or other regions where cost recovery is billed quarterly. Use of a different formula to reflect more current fishery value, charging cost recovery to all trawl program participants, not just active vessels, including analysis of an option that would charge 50% of cost recovery to quota share permit owners and 50% to harvesters. In addition, the GAP urges NIMS to develop and make transparent the method required by regulation to reduce trawl sector-related costs resulting from program efficiencies. Until that is complete and subtracted, trawl program vessels continue to overpay cost recovery for the 13th year. And there is a table of the cost recovery fees for your reference. And that concludes the GAP statement.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Hunter? Keely Kent.
Thank you, Travis, for the report. As the GAP was discussing cost recovery back in April and in writing this report, did you all talk through or pull back up the April 2023 report on efficiencies in the cost recovery program?
Through the chair, I don't recall whether that was brought up. People behind me are saying no, so I don't recall that, and I don't believe that we did.
Okay, I think it would be a good follow-up to talk that through. There's an 11-page report from April 2023 that talks through all these efficiency issues that you guys have highlighted. So it would be helpful, I think, for us to understand what isn't there that you're missing, right? So assuming a lot of this language in the GAP report has been brought forward and that is still what you guys wanted to convey, I think sort of for us understanding what that gap is between the report that we did put together on this exact issue and what's missing there will help us understand where to go from here.
Thank you.
Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Travis, for the report. Thanks to everybody on the GAP. Very thorough report. I first want to say that it is so true that the U.S. fishing fleet under 50 years of the MMPA has done so much to address marine mammal bycatch. And we've done such a great job that with the sole exception of TEDs, it's not something we've imposed until January 1st of this year on imports. That just goes to show we want to level the playing field because our fleets have done everything they can. The take reduction team that we're working on has a take below PBR. For one of the stocks, it's below zero mortality rate goals. So doing a great job. I want to ask you a question, Travis, relative to the cost recovery. The third bullet in terms of recommendation from the GAP says, charge cost recovery to all trawl program participants, not just active vessels, and including an option that would charge 50% to quota share permit holders and 50% to harvesters. I assume that's 50% to the inactive, 50% to the active holders. Can you tell us a little bit more about that idea, because it is pretty brand spanking new, if I've got this right, and how you came up with 50-50? Thank you.
Through the chair, Ms. Lent, to answer the last part of your question, I'm not sure why it was a 50-50 split, to be completely honest with you. But the thought behind that is that much like the buyback, it was as a method of charging people, it was off of the deliveries as a percentage of the value of the delivery. And it's my understanding that that was the way we continued to do it. As this program moved forward, early on in the program, the vessel quota share owners were the same as the vessels. Over time, that has changed, and so now it is solely a burden of the harvesters on the vessels, and there are people that are still involved in the fishery as quota share owners, but they are not paying the cost recovery fees.
Thank you for that explanation. That certainly makes sense. I'm wondering, first of all, is this something that is legally possible under the statute that requires this fee collection? And second of all, could we run some numbers just to see what that looks like? Thank you. Question maybe to NOAA Fisheries and General Counsel. Thank you.
Keely Kemp.
Thanks, Dr. Lent. I think this issue is part of the trawl follow-on action, so we will be evaluating this question.
Thank you. Other questions on the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report? Seeing none, thank you, Travis. Let me check. I believe that completes all of our reports. Takes us to public comment. One sign up, Heather Mann. Good afternoon, Heather.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, council members. My name is Heather Mann. I'm the executive director of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. We have 32 vessels that participate in whiting and other groundfish fisheries. I hadn't planned on giving public comment, but the exchange, a couple of the exchanges sort of prompted me to provide a little bit of additional context, first on the marine mammal report, which I think is really good. The exchange with Mr. McVeigh, though, around humpback whales and trawl gear, I feel like just needs a little bit of additional context, because if I wasn't involved with the fishery, I might think, and if I hadn't read the report, that trawl gear is killing humpback whales, and that's not the case. In the whiting fishery, we did have 2 instances where humpback whales were brought up in the net, but they were clearly dead, long time dead, decomposing whales, 2 different instances. It was all captured on electronic monitoring. The captains and crew, of course, complied immediately. Protected species said they were unable to determine whether the whale died in the net or not, which was frustrating at the time because they were literally decomposing. So those 2 whales were already dead and picked up, and then a 3rd whale was captured alive in a net and cut out and released alive with an observer on board. And so I just wanted to make sure people weren't under the impression that trawl gear is killing humpback whales or any other whales. And then in terms of the cost recovery discussion, you've heard me many times over the years talking about cost recovery. It's also a hot topic right now up in the North Pacific, as we really want to understand how costs are figured to be incremental. But I think that one thing that's never happened here in this council with our trawl rationalization program is the before and after costs. So the before costs being all the 2-month trip limits, the models that had to be run, all those things that went away with the rationalization program. We were never provided with the before and after costs of rationalization. And I think the 2023 April report that Ms. Kent mentioned actually says that NIMS found that that comparison would be time intensive and highly uncertain. And so that's never been provided. So I'm a little confused about the exchange with Mr. Hunter, because you were in the room while we discussed cost recovery and you didn't bring that report up, or I'm just kind of confused about that. And I know I'm not supposed to ask questions, but not sure what the nexus is there, because I don't see that report describing a bunch of efficiencies unless I misunderstood. So cost recovery is a big deal. We've paid almost $20 million. That comes, as you know, on top of having to pay 100% observer coverage, as well as buyback loan payments. And just for one more piece of the record to always be thinking about, we borrowed $28 million to buy out 90 some odd vessels in 2002. We have paid $58 million on that loan and still owe $6 million. And that's after getting close to $6 million off the balance because of a mistake that NIMS had made. So we couldn't have rationalized the fishery without buying out those vessels. And the rationalized fishery has provided so much benefit to other sectors in terms of our 100% accountability. So just, I know people get tired of hearing us question cost recovery, but in today's environment where everything is very expensive, where NMFS's budgets have been reduced, we don't want to see the National Marine Fisheries Service using cost recovery as a way to help bolster their budget in these times. Because it's coming straight off of every delivery that we make. And it's my opinion, and I think many others, that we deserve to understand exactly what we're paying for and have input into what is an incremental cost. So didn't have any of that planned, just wanted to share it, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Mann on her testimony? Seeing none, thank you very much, Heather. That completes our reports. Public comment takes us to our council action, which is consider the updates, discuss updates and comment as appropriate. And let me look around and see if there are any hands. Keely Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I plan to follow up with our trawl reps on this conversation, so I'm not trying to respond in full here. But I'll just note on cost recovery, cost recovery is a challenging topic everywhere, and we're ready and willing to continue to talk about it. I think for the council's perspective, right, I want to just highlight that we agree that this program's too expensive. I think that's where we've gotten, that this program is too expensive for the industry, and the agency doesn't have the funding to support it, and we're not bringing in the cost recovery money to support this program, so we should change the program. That's where we're at, and what we're looking at in the trawl follow-on actions, where we are evaluating what is the most bang for our buck in terms of reducing the cost of that program. That's why we pulled together funding to do the cost evaluation, so that when we go into that, we can figure that question out. So I think there will always be more to discuss on cost recovery, and I'm happy to have those conversations, but want to note that we see and hear the need to make a big change, and we will work with the council on doing that to try to solve that issue for the industry.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Just one of the early things Ms. Kent talked about was doing the port tour and being in Oregon. We've already communicated with her, but ODFW staff are on standby to help coordinate, help put Ms. Kent and staff in touch with the right people, help schedule things, etc. And I think the staff look forward to the NIP staff and the ODFW staff look forward to having this port tour happen, and reaching out to the industry directly is much appreciated.
Thank you. Jamie Dimon.
So just gleaning from the what is it, the rulemaking workload, gear marking and entanglement, that's going through. I noticed that I believe it was the state of Washington published an infographic with the different colors of ropes to like put it out for recreational, for all people to understand like what colors you should and shouldn't be using. These are for these specific fisheries. You're free to use anything else. It came across my feed, and I really I think that's a great tool, and I think it would be of interest as once this comes out, if we can have some type of graphic that can go out for folks, for the public. I know this is like such a little thing, but because I just saw that, it's fresh on my mind, and who knows when this will actually go through, but I think that's something we should be ready with, and to put it out to the public that they know like what colors are for what and already claimed as for use of in some fishery. Thanks.
Thank you. Keely Kent.
Thank you, Ms. Diamond. I agree. And we have those kinds of outreach materials in production right now. One of the main things that we produce with every rule is called a small entity compliance guide. We do that because of a requirement under the Regulatory Flexibility Act, but we use that as the primary way that we're putting out plain language information of how to comply with rules. So we have pictures of rope. In fact, we've reached out to various rope distributors to have them send us samples, and we're taking pictures of those different light conditions. We were talking to our marine mammal folks about pictures of that underwater as well, right? Because there's a lot of things, right? There's the piece of the fisherman buying the rope, but then there's also the implementation of with enforcement. What does that rope look like? How do we make sure it's the right color? We're trying to take a simple approach, but there's a lot there. So same thing with the cattle ear tags that are part of that rulemaking, pictures of that for fishermen, information on what does that mean, right? Like how to make that, how to comply with the rules. So that's all in production right now. I 100% agree that having those types of materials available for fishermen to be able to comply, but it's also a broader audience and making sure that we're putting that information out for people.
Thank you. I really appreciate that because there's other commercial fisheries, but maybe state fisheries like California lobster, and they're using whatever rope they have in their backyard kind of thing. And so and a lot of them don't participate in maybe necessarily other fisheries federal fisheries that they would know that this is even happening. And so because I know folks plan far out, they're buying materials ahead of time, the sooner we can get that out so they aren't accidentally having to then rebuy new ropes and re-rig all their gear would be great. Thanks.
Thank you. Not seeing any hands right now. I mentioned I had some comments regarding the marine mammal, seabird, and turtle report. I want to emphasize first, I have maybe some harsh critiques, but then some, I hope, constructive comments because it's a draft report, as I understand, an opportunity to change, and then why it's important. In my perfect world, the title of the report would be Interactions with an Incidental Take of Marine Mammals Things, but it's been shortened to bycatch and the NIMS report Science Center, so that's fine. I agree with the gap comment about the reference to the global, sort of the global perspective on bycatch and how bad that has been in some circumstances, but I encourage, as you look at that, to think more locally. As they said, there's some success stories here, some things to look at, and you know, at the big picture, it paints the bycatch is bad, and I'm not arguing those global statistics are incorrect, but you know, it paints it up as here's the impacts of fisheries, and here's what this report does is just give us the absolute numbers on what bycatch has been and allows people to make their judgments based on that. I encourage the Science Center also to take a hard look at other language in the introduction. So it'd be so critical, but there's a statement that says all sea turtles found in U.S. waters are listed as threatened and endangered. That I believe is true. And then it says, and the ESA requires that bycatch of these species be minimized. ESA does not require that. Bore you with statistics. I looked through the Endangered Species Act, the Marine Mammal Protection Act, the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, the U.S.-Mexico Agreement to the Treaty Act, and couldn't open the U.S.-Canada one. In all of those documents, the word bycatch is used twice, and it is only in reference to a report that the Secretary of Commerce gives to Commerce about efforts to monitor and do that. So the constructive piece of this is I encourage you to, so I thought, well, where does this bycatch of birds and these other things, because the MSA bycatch is only fish. So where does this come from? And digging around, I found on the NOAA National Bycatch Strategy website, there's an excellent description of how they've characterized that as bycatch and how all the regulations work together with the Marine Mammal Protection Act and the Migratory Bird Treaty Act and ESA. A very good description of that, and there I can see how they came up with the construct. But that doesn't come out in the report. So I encourage you to look at that and incorporate some of that language because it provides good background on why we think of that as bycatch and why I think it's important, that we do it, and maybe a little other context for the report is bycatch is in the news, and it's not that we try and ignore it and brush it under the rug. It's bycatch closes fisheries, has the potential to close fisheries, and the fishers out there on the water don't want that. They're avoiding, and I think as we said, the real story here is that across all these years, maybe there's been one, but fisheries haven't been closed because there have been violations in terms of the consultations under any of these acts, the endangered species or the migratory bird. They've been very successful, and even as I looked at that one graph, the California sea lion, maybe it's just the height of the black bars and the number of California sea lions, but can't remember what the top number was there, 100 or something. But I went back and looked at what happened to California sea lion populations from 1980 to, I think, 2024. They increased threefold, 3 times as many. And if you look at the graph, there's almost a slight decrease in interactions. My question about effort on there is the whole context here is that we don't ignore bycatch, but we still continue to look in the sort of the spirit of the MSA that minimize bycatch to the extent practical. And are we doing that? And are there other opportunities to reduce it? And so that's where the effort piece came up that I was asking about, because there is a link in this report to some other reports that NIMS has generated on effort. And there's one that shows trawl fishery effort actually since I think 1980. Since 1980, there's like 1 million, my visual interpolation of some graphs, over 1 million hours of trawl effort that's occurring. So I think there's, something to be proud of there. And it just concerns me that some of the language there portrays this maybe in a negative light that really isn't there, that these fisheries have been managed successfully. So apologize for all the time, but was a little concerned about the message that could come out of that report, and I just offer those observations. So with that, look around and see if there's any other. Annie Evanson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I tend to support the comments that you have made. I would even take it a step further that one of the missing pieces that I noted earlier was the types of surveys. It refers to ASHOP and WCGOP, and I didn't have time to dig into that, but understanding what the observer, the types of observer data are. So are they from direct reports where Heather testified earlier, Heather Mann, that they called it in, plus they had an observer on board? Is that where some of these are coming from, particularly in the hook and line fishery? And that could be as simple as a table of the types of surveys that have occurred and the locations of those surveys to understand that coverage. Personal experience when it comes to marine mammals in particular and MMPA is the MMPA is written in a way that it bakes uncertainty upon uncertainty, and that stuff can come back to bite us, as Mr. Hassemer noted. And so it tend to, these data will become BSIA once the report's published, and it will get used in our BIOPS. and everything else that we have. And so we want to make sure that the documentation piece is in there, so that we understand what those estimates are telling us. The other thing I would note, since we're providing some constructive criticism, is some work needs to be done on the executive summary. It's kind of all over the map, the sets of years. I don't know if that's a typo, where you go from 2002 to 2024, and then it goes from 2020 to 2024 when it comes to Pinniped. So worth taking a look at that. It just sort of throws out a bunch of disparate pieces of information. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Other comments? Not seeing any. I just want to close again. Say, really appreciate the report, the effort to put it together. The concerns are just the message it portrays is what we intend there and want to get out, and be careful about that. So, seeing nothing else, Todd, anything else here?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I would say that you have heard from the region, you have heard from the Science Center, as well as the GAP. You've had good discussion. I would say that you have addressed your council tasks and the action under this agenda item.
All right. With that, we need to take a break here. So let's come back in 10 minutes if we can. Break time. All right, we can reassemble in our chairs. All right, I think we're all back here ready to move into our next groundfish item. So Todd, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Give us the introduction.
So before us, we have agenda item E2, which is in-season management and final action. So on its agenda item, the council will be informed by the GMT regarding the status of the groundfish fishery relative to harvest goals and objectives. The GMT and the GAP are expected and will be giving reports to the council regarding their thoughts and recommendations for in-season. The council in this action will consider, as appropriate, in-season adjustments to routine groundfish management measures, which include things like trip limits, to achieve harvest goals and objectives. And in looking at your tasks, you have two, which is to consider catch and production, groundfish catch and projections as appropriate, and adopt 2026 in-season adjustments as necessary. You have three reports in your briefing book, one from California Department of Fish and Wildlife, one from the GAP, and one from the GMT. And that is my overview. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Questions on the overview? Not seeing any questions. We'll go to our reports. First is the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be reading from Supplemental CDFW Report 1, Agenda Item E2A. CDFW provides the following report on harvest of select groundfish stocks of interest. The comprehensive mortality is found at the end of the report in Appendix 1. We'll continue to monitor mortality across species and sectors over the coming months, and we'll provide our next update in September. A few things of note for the non-trawl commercial fishery. In-season changes to reopen closed areas due to quillback rockfish became effective in state waters in late August 2025 and in federal waters on September 18th, 2025. The reopening of access for commercial non-trawl fishery provided increased opportunities for black, blue, brown, canary, widow, and yellowtail rockfish, as well as lingcod. We've seen increased harvests north of 3707, which is where that closure was effective. Harvest to date of these species has approximately doubled compared to the same period last year, with catch projections indicating potential to reach but not exceed the harvest limits. In addition, vermilion and sunset rockfish landings south of 4010 are at 10.4 metric tons higher than at this time last year. The increase is driven primarily by increased participation in the limited entry sector south of Point Conception. As vermilion sunset is a highly attained species across all sectors, in-season requests to increase mortality on this stock complex should be considered with caution. Turning to recreational, as of early June 26, the SURFs program estimates are available through March of 2026, where the boat-based rockfish, cabezon, greenling, and lingcod season opened on April 1. However, boat-based fishing for some groundfish species, such as California scorpionfish, is open year-round. Scorpionfish mortality in 2025 increased compared to prior years and amounted to 91% of the harvest guideline that year. The recreational fishery comprised 99% of all harvest for the species. Recreational mortality for 2026 continues to trend higher than typical, with January through March of 2026 catch at 35.8 tons, or 15% of the 2026 harvest guideline, which is higher than the January through March period last year, where it was 29.7 tons. So if the high mortality continues, the ACL as well as the OFL may potentially be reached or exceeded before the year's end. While only 3 months of estimates are available to date, recreational fishery participants and representatives from Southern California should take note of the 2025 uptick and might consider shifting effort to other targets when and where possible. So just working through Appendix 1, as usual, we report the recreational catch in Table 1. January, February, March estimates are available, so you can see them there in Table 1 on page 2 and on page 3. Then moving to Table 2, which is on page 4. These are the landings of commercial January through May, shown on page 4 and page 5. Then the totals and the respective reference points are shown in Table 3 on page 6 and 7. So things are otherwise tracking as expected, but those upticks are noted in the front matter of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions on the California report? And not seeing any. Thank you, Marcy. Then next, we have a Groundfish Management Team report. Christian Heath. Good afternoon, Christian.
Good afternoon, Chair Hesmer, council members. My name is Christian Heath, and I will be reading the supplemental GMT Report 1, Groundfish Management Team Report on in-season adjustments and final action. In this report, the GMT details the action items that have been brought to the GMT for council's consideration regarding changes to be implemented for the remainder of 2026. Scorecards are available in Appendix 1 for Chinook salmon, canary rockfish, and yellow eye rockfish. Recommendations up top. For sablefish, the GMT recommends adopting option 2 to increase the sablefish limited entry and open access trip limits north and south of the 36 latitude line. For vermilion sunset rockfish south of 4010, the GMT recommends adopting option 2 to decrease the limited entry and open access sub-trip limits within the shelf rockfish complex south of 3427. For the action items, start with sablefish. The sablefish landings targets for LE and OA sectors north and south of 36 line continue to be relatively high in 2026, and industry members have indicated to the GMT that there is some optimism for market expansion. Landings to date are tracking in all 4 sectors such that there is room to increase the trip limits to support market growth and optimum yield. The GMT modeled an increase of approximately 30%, 25 to 35%, to all 4 sector trip limits for the remainder of the year. This range helped avoid complicated trip limits. For example, an exact 30% increase to the current limited entry north trip limit of 11,000 pounds bi-monthly is 14,300 pounds, but the GMT proposes an option 2 increase of 14,000 pounds. The 2026 landings projections under the high price scenario, which is still less than $3 per pound, are shown in Table 1. Projections are based on a combination of actual landings through April 30th, plus model projected landings from May 1 through December 31st. All 4 sablefish sectors are projected to remain well within their 2026 landings targets and below their anticipated 2027 landings targets, which are much lower than the 2026 due to recent sablefish stock assessment. 2026 landings are projected to be higher than those of 2025 for the limited entry north, south, and open access south sectors. Tables 2 through 5 show sector-specific trip limit options, landings projections across all 3 price scenarios, and target attainments. The GMT recommends adopting option 2 to increase sablefish trip limits for the limited entry and open access sectors north and south of 36, as shown on tables 2 through 5. Increasing the trip limits in June rather than waiting until September allows more participants in the fishery to take advantage of the higher limits. The GMT will continue to monitor attainment of the landing targets and alert the council if one or more of the projected to be reached or exceeded. And on tables 1 through 5 are provided on pages 2 and the top of page 3. On these tables, you'll see the main takeaways, the 2026 landings projections for options 1 and 2, as well as comparing this to the 2026 target as well as 2027 target. And in tables 2 through 5, it includes attainment levels and a percentage. Moving on to Vermilion Sunset Rockfish south of 4010, sub-trip limit adjustments. Within the shelf rockfish complex, Vermilion Sunset Rockfish landings south of 4010 lat are tracking 10.4 metric tons higher than at the same time last year. Based on current catch trends, the informal commercial recreational sharing agreement of 100 metric tons to commercial non-trawl is projected to be exceeded. As a result, the GMT analyzed potential trip limit reductions. In 2026, both fishing effort and landings have increased in the open access and limited entry sectors south of 3427. This increase is reflected in a greater number of participants and a higher proportion of vessels attaining 90% or more of their monthly trip limits. To reduce the likelihood of exceeding the Vermilion Sunset Rockfish ACL contribution south of 4010, the GMT recommends option 2 in table 6. This option would reduce open access south and limited entry south sub-trip limits in response to the increased participation and the associated increase in mortality. Projected increases in effort within the limited entry central and the open access central sectors are not expected to result in the ACL contribution being exceeded. The proposed trip limit reductions south of 3427 are expected to reduce Vermilion Sunset Rockfish mortality and better align harvest levels with the ACL contribution for the shelf rockfish complex. The GMT will continue to monitor Vermilion Sunset Rockfish mortality throughout the year and will recommend additional adjustments as necessary. And the trip limit are provided in table 6, which is on page, is that 3 or 4? I think that's page 3. All right. Scorecards are provided in the appendix, and with that, I can take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Heath on the Groundfish Management Team report. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Heath, for this report. Limited entry central, open access central are terms I have not heard previously. I was wondering if you could give just a little explanation about what, I'm assuming it's somewhat of an area in between 3427 or south of 4010, but maybe north of 3427. Just a little feedback on what that area is referencing would be helpful.
Through the chair, Ms. Mattis, yes, thank you for the question. In table 6 in the caption, or in the title, I should say, it does specify that the C represents between the 4010 lat and the 3427. So yeah, the new central area, if you will, that is just to make sure, since some of the ranges are south of 4010, this is specific to the south or the central part and the south part. So I wanted to include both those areas.
Other questions? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report from the GMT. I'm intrigued by the use of prices. Is that meant to be reflecting some incentive for a higher attainment level if price is higher? And how'd you figure that out? That's interesting.
Chair, Dr. Lent, thank you for the question. Yes, there is an association of the higher price. We're seeing more interest in the fishery, more participants in the fishery. I will note that I believe it's limited entry south. There was no price index according within that one, and that is due to these historically high trip limits are encouraging more growth in the participants in the fishery. However, price is still down, so that price index was showing an inverse to what we would expect to see. So we just removed that one from the model as it wasn't showing what we're seeing in real time.
Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Christian. And next we have a Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report. Gary Richter. Good afternoon, Gary.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Be reading from agenda item E2A, Supplemental Gap Report 1, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on In-Season Management for final action. For sablefish, the sablefish market has strengthened over the winter and into the spring due to very low inventories. Dock prices have increased in some areas, particularly in Washington. Prices tend to decline a bit south of the Columbia River, and prices to fishermen in California remain much lower. Historically, the sablefish fishery markets tend to lag a bit in the south, but should improve later this year. We are seeing increased domestic consumption, including several supermarket chains with strong demand in Japan and a developing Chinese market. The GAP has actually received periodic requests to increase open access sablefish trip limits south of Point Conception, which is somewhat unusual due to traditionally more difficult market conditions in the south. With that said, the GAP non-trawl reps, both open access and limited entry, requested the GMT analyze some larger sablefish trip limits for consideration. Following a detailed GMT analysis, the GAP is comfortable moving forward with trip limit increases across the board, and we support GMT option 2 for all sectors. Though the GAP and GMT won't be meeting in person at the September council meeting, we are scheduled to meet online to discuss in-season action. We will be taking a look at the data from over the summer to see if further trip limit increases can safely be accommodated at the September council meeting. And I don't need to go over the trip limits. We agree with the GMT option 2 as seen below. For Vermilion Sunset Rockfish south of 3427 north latitude, due to increasing effort shift out of the nearshore and onto the shelf, non-trawl Vermilion rockfish landings have been on the increase south of 3427 north latitude. The market for fresh caught Vermilion rockfish has really strengthened, with some fishermen getting up to $6 a pound. In years past, Vermilion rockfish delivered from Mexico tended to flood the Southern California markets, but that supply of product has been in decline. Compounding the situation was one of the calmest Aprils on record, and many more fishermen than we would normally expect filled their Vermilion limits in period 2, which is March and April. Also, with the increasing demand and corresponding high Vermilion prices, there appears to be some open access fishermen shifting into limited entry fishery through the leasing of limited entry permits. Many Southern California fishermen use vertical hook and line gears for Vermilion fishing, and with Amendment 36 expected to be published later this year, limited entry fishermen will be able to legally retain their limited entry trip limit with what was formerly known as open access gears. This potential for further effort shift into the limited entry fishery will need to be monitored closely. The GMT has analyzed some sub-trip limit adjustments for Vermilion Sunset rockfish within the south of 4010 north latitude shelf rockfish complex. Specifically for south of 3427, the proposal is to reduce the trip limits to keep the commercial sector total mortality projections within its 100 metric ton informal sharing agreement. As stated earlier in the sablefish section, the GAP and GMT will be meeting via a webinar to work on in-season at the September council meeting. The GMT will analyze catch data from over the winter prior to that meeting. The GAP notes that we are likely entering a super El Nino weather pattern, with the current thinking it could begin to establish itself in July. There are many variables that could affect the Vermilion fishery over the summer and throughout the fall. With much warmer waters expected to begin arriving next month, we may see an influx of migratory species such as bluefin tuna, yellowfin tuna, dorado, and yellowtail. That's not yellowtail rockfish, that's yellowtail jack, whatever they are. It is very possible that Vermilion catch could decline as fishermen change tactics to pursue their migratory species into summer and the fall, perhaps even into winter. And also the GMT detailed those trip limits as seen below. Groundfish fisheries updates. During the GAP GMT webinar on June 3rd, 2026, as well as during our meetings this week, GAP members describe impacts of the present oceanic conditions and economic challenges in our fishery so far this year. High fuel prices combined with high expenses of doing business have impacted all West Coast groundfish fisheries, particularly considering the variability in oceanic conditions. Some ports are more remote than others and support businesses such as welders, fabricators, hydraulics, marine electronics, net builders, shipyards, etc., have either reduced services, left the area, or even closed. The price of travel to get vendors to the vessel's ports and or to get service has greatly increased. For commercial sector, spring hake fishery is tracking more northerly the past few years, but the macaw have not yet seen hake in their usual and accustomed areas. Positive black cod and hake fishing so far this year overall. Widow congregation patterns are different than in past years. There was high abundance in schooling patterns in Oregon in 2025, while in 2026 so far, we have seen schooling aggregations in different locations with higher incidental catch in the at-sea whiting fleets. Fishermen are also seeing humpbacks feeding in huge congregations, but they're deeper offshore waters. Processors have described large impacts from fuel prices in terms of supplies and transportation. And last, as noted above in the Vermilion section, Southern California experienced some of the calmest April waters on record. Many more fishermen than we would normally expect filled their Vermilion limits in period 2. For the recreational folks, fishermen are catching bonita as far north as Monterey and Bodega Bay. Fishermen in California are seeing a plus minus 5-degree water temperature difference with the upwelling conditions. Bluefin catch off Central Coast from Monterey to Fort Bragg is good to excellent when anglers can get out there weather-wise. In Southern California, the yellowtail fishery collapsed with upwelling and then rebounded with relaxation of the upwelling. Concurrently, opportunities for bluefin moved to the Monterey and San Francisco areas. This is taking some pressure off of the groundfish and rockfish stocks, while illustrating the varying oceanic conditions of the present neutral pre-El Nino regime. Coastwide, participants reported that if albacore or other tuna come in, it could reduce groundfish specific to rockfish, especially that effort there. Higher diesel fuel prices, currently up to $7.50 a gallon in California, have caused half-day charter boats to stay closer to port. Charter boats coastwide are experiencing fewer customers because of the fuel cost to drive to remote areas of the coast, resulting in the higher price of a charter day for customers. In Oregon, the cost of fishing licenses has increased substantially, but fishing has been excellent for nearshore bottom fish, above all years that there's been tracking, and for salmon. As in the case in Oregon, charter boats are experiencing fewer customers in Washington. Similarly, private boat effort is also down from previous years. Traditional bottom fish trip catches of rockfish and lingcod are down. Recreational halibut effort is also down. Overall, halibut catches are tracking well below historic trends. Canary rockfish catches that co-occur with Washington's halibut fishery are also suspected to be down from previous recent years. During the GAP discussion on Special Project 1, which is adaptive management and flexibility, the GAP decided it would be beneficial to submit an annual groundfish fisheries report to document the performances of different sectors, as well as any unusual events seen in our GAP report from April. We anticipate that further developments will be captured in future in-season reports and/or in the annual report. The GAP noted that the real impacts may not be fully felt until later this year or in future years. We ask the Council to keep these impacts in mind so we can be ready to respond by emergency action or other means with more flexibility than we have in the past. For example, increasing or decreasing trip limits, considering alternative harvest control rules mid-season, or other management actions. The Council must also keep these environmental conditions in mind for future stock assessments so that changes resulting from these conditions are not misattributed to the fishing effort or the seafood industry. For example, past El Nino events have been shown to affect longer-term recruitment trends. The GAP recommends that the Council should identify potential El Nino Southern Oscillation impacts on key species based on historical records, such as those identified in the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment reports. This would help West Coast fishing communities to identify early indicators when there's a shift in the cycle and report those to the Council and NIMS and have some preparation for these cycle progresses. We need to anticipate these efforts and be more proactive where it's possible. And Mr. Chair, that completes a whopper of a GAP in-season statement. Be glad to take any questions.
Thank you. Let me look around. Any questions for Mr. Richter on the GAP report? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Not a question, but just a thanks to Mr. Richter and the rest of the GAP for providing some of this additional information. There's things we can control and things we can't control, but having some more of that information on the things that are maybe outside of our purview is really good. It's helpful for me and I think others around the table. So just appreciation for helping provide that additional context to what's going on.
Mr. Chair, Lynn, yeah, it's going to be an interesting fall and winter.
Thank you. Other questions? Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, not so much a question, Mr. Chairman, but I just think really good in the gap to highlighting, I think that the impacts that we may see in the future with the El Nino. I know from past experience, we've seen quite a shift in species for a short period of time. And so that might mess with us a little bit, I think, as far as trip limits. And so it's good to point that out. So it will be a surprise to us when what happens. So just thank you, Gary.
Mr. Chair, Brad, yeah, and you know, both of our experience with star panels and stuff, it can really hammer recruitment events in the future, longer term.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That completes our reports. I don't see any public comment signed up, but let me just confirm that. There's no public comment, so that takes us to our council action. Consider catch projections and adopt any in-season adjustments as necessary. So, Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. We didn't provide, ODFW didn't provide a report under this, but the GAP sort of spoke to it, just figured I'd address it quickly. In our commercial nearshore fishery and in our recreational fishery, we did see higher than average catch rates in the beginning of the season. And then the weather changed in May. Most of May was snotty, to say the least. Memorial Day weekend was a complete washout for the majority of Oregon. Most of the bars were closed for the majority of the weekend, so there was very little recreational effort. So May has come back down. We are watching things carefully. We have also, the GAP spoke to it, but we have heard anecdotally from some of our charter fleet that there's at least one company that's not doing halibut trips this year because it's just not economical for them. And we've also heard from some of our commercial nearshore fishermen that the trip limits for rockfish, especially the black rockfish trip limit being so low in state rules, it's not worth it for them to go fishing. So some of those things that the GAP spoke to, we're seeing on the ground too. Just wanted to add a little more context. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Marcia Remco.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to voice my thanks to the GAP with regard to the proposed reduction to the Vermilion Sunset trip limits south of Point Conception. This isn't an easy thing to do. We are early in the year, and yet industry reps got together and took a look at the progress of the fishery to date and considered that the Amendment 36 rule will be coming online soon and could have the effect of further increasing both effort and catch. And so, we're still only 5 months complete in the year, but this was a pretty significant decision to make at this time of year in order to ensure that we keep within that projection that is for the commercial fishery, that 100 tons. So I just want to thank them for their early action to spread the remaining harvest out through the remainder of the year. They're anticipating conditions here, recognizing that the uptick in price likewise may drive increases in effort and catch. And I want to just appreciate their work here and their recommendation, knowing that, losing, reduction in these highly valued target stocks will have an economic consequence to some participants. As Christian noted, we have seen a number of both open access and even limited entry participants achieving these trip limits already to date. So these are real reductions in income for those individuals. So again, I just want to voice my thanks to the GAP for being so responsible. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other discussion here or any action to take? Marcy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a motion.
We're ready.
Alrighty. I move the council adopt the following in-season adjustments as described in agenda item E2A Supplemental Gap Report 1, June 2026. Sablefish increases. Limited entry north of 36, GMT option 2, 7,000 pounds per week, not to exceed 14,000 pounds per 2 months. OA north of 36, GMT option 2, 5,000 pounds per week, not to exceed 10,000 pounds per 2 months. Limited entry south of 36, GMT option 2, 4,000 pounds per week. OA south of 36, GMT option 2, 3,200 pounds per week, not to exceed 9,600 pounds per 2 months. Moving to the Vermilion Sunset reductions for limited entry south of 3427, GMT option 2, 2,500 pounds every 2 months. OA south of 3427, GMT option 2, 750 pounds every 2 months.
Thank you. I followed along. All that language looks accurate and complete. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Heather Hall. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. I think the reports speak for themselves. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any questions regarding the motion? Discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. I will call question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Marcy. Any other look around the table here first to the council members? Not seeing any hands. Todd, is there more to do?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would say that you have addressed your action here. You've adopted trip limits for sablefish and Vermilion Sunset south of 3427, and you are complete with this action.
All right, thank you. That'll close out this agenda item. I will pass the gavel to our vice chair for the remaining agenda item of the day. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've got some probably chair changing going on here so we'll give a couple minutes for that. To the people who don't get to change chairs. Like we have John Ugris in the California seat, one of the changes. And we'll get going here. Katrina, if you're ready, take us away.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is agenda item F1, current habitat issues. The Habitat Committee met on June 2nd and 3rd to discuss current habitat-related issues and to develop supplemental reports for the council's consideration as necessary. Topics they discussed include offshore oil and gas leasing, deep-sea mineral mining, as well as the Olympic Coast National Marine Sanctuary Management Plan review, which you heard about in the Executive Director's report. They also discussed Special Projects 1 and 3, and development of the habitat issues tracking tool. So the council should consider all the material under this agenda item and provide guidance as appropriate. You have the Habitat Committee's report in your materials.
Any questions? All right. Scott, Appel, are you online?
I am here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Coming in loud and clear.
Great. Mr. Chair, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to visit with you again today. As noted, I will be reading from Supplemental Habitat Committee Report 1, a report of the Habitat Committee on habitat issues. I have a couple federal, a couple state, and a couple council level topics. I will start with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission Notice of Proposed Rulemaking. FERC has proposed revisions to its blanket certification regulations governing interstate natural gas pipelines. The proposed rule would expand the types and scale of projects associated with interstate natural gas pipelines that would be exempt from project-specific authorization and to increase the cost limits for such projects, among other changes. The proposal also includes provisions for the abandonment of facilities and storage wells, protest procedures, and notification requirements. In addition, FERC proposes revisions regarding compliance with the Endangered Species Act and protections for sensitive environmental resources, which are characterized as clarifications of existing requirements. The extent to which these revisions could result in substantive changes to environmental review or resource protections is unclear. Because projects authorized under blanket certificates generally receive less project-specific review than projects requiring individual authorization, the proposed rule could have significant environmental implications that have not yet been fully identified or evaluated. These changes could allow for the development of larger natural gas infrastructure projects under blanket authority. For example, the once proposed Jordan Cove Liquefied Natural Gas Pacific Connector Pipeline project in Southern Oregon, which raised numerous environmental concerns for estuarine habitat and hundreds of miles of riparian habitat across multiple national forests. At the time of writing this report, the Habitat Committee had only begun evaluating the proposed rule. If the council determines that comments on the proposed rulemaking are warranted, the Habitat Committee can assist council staff or other advisory bodies with a draft comment letter for council consideration. This process will also be subject to National Environmental Protection Act review. FERC is accepting public comment on the proposed rule through July 27, 2026, and we provide a link to the Federal Register. As noted by a couple of other advisory bodies, the U.S. National Science Foundation has begun dismantling Ocean Observing Initiative's major facility, a comprehensive ocean observing network consisting of approximately 900 instruments and sensors deployed off Oregon, Washington, North Carolina, the subarctic Pacific, and the Irminger Sea between Greenland and Iceland. Developed and installed over several decades at a cost of $368 million, OOI has been providing continuous real-time measurements of physical, chemical, and biological ocean conditions using state-of-the-art technology for 25 to 30 years. Although each regional array was tailored to its unique oceanographic setting, all share a common mission: to collect and transmit critical ocean data in near real time that support scientific research, resource management, and weather and climate forecasting. The loss of this observing system represents a significant setback for ocean science and for ocean users who rely on timely information about changing ocean conditions. This could greatly hamper the development of dynamic ocean management tools for the Council's Special Project 3, which is intended to mitigate bycatch and increase effectiveness of fishing for target stocks, as well as affect the annual integrated ecosystem assessment. The removal of OOI moorings and underwater gliders from the California Currents ecosystem is particularly concerning, especially with forecasts predicting a strong El Nino developing off the coasts of Oregon and Washington later this year. An El Nino event in the CCE can lead to increased ocean temperatures, reduced supply of cold, nutrient-rich water, changes in precipitation patterns, rising sea levels, and heightened coastal flooding. Reduced nutrient-rich upwelling lowers primary and secondary productivity, ultimately affecting commercially important species and fisheries. At a time when major oceanographic changes are expected, dismantling one of the nation's most important ocean observing systems leaves us less able to detect, understand, and respond to these developments. Now is precisely the time when sustained real-time observations of the ocean are most needed. Please note I am going to skip the deep sea mineral mining text as we discussed that earlier today. Moving to state level topics, the Habitat Committee received an update on the Olympic Coast National Marine Sanctuary Management Plan Review process from Helene Scalé, OSCNMS Deputy Superintendent. NOAA published the Draft Management Plan Environmental Assessment for the OCNMS on May 12, 2026. NOAA is soliciting public input on these documents through July 13th to help inform the future management of the sanctuary. There are no regulatory changes proposed. Therefore, the Habitat Committee has no recommendations for council action at this time. More details will be provided in the annual ONMS coordination report for council at the September 2026 meeting. In California, a couple of topics. First, California Marine Protected Area petitions. As noted in our April report, the California Fish and Game Commission received several petitions from the public proposing changes to California's Marine Protected Areas network. In response, the Commission has held several public meetings, with the most recent meetings held in April and May, to discuss the 20 remaining 2023 MPA petitions. This included petitioner presentations, an overview of CDFW, California Department of Fish and Wildlife evaluations, and recommendations on the 10 non-tribally led petitions with opportunity for public comment. CDFW also provided an update on the status of the 5 tribally led MPA petitions and the California Fish and Game Commission Tribal Committee meeting on April 14th. 4 of the 5 tribally led petitions were amended in April and subsequently referred to CDFW for evaluation. CDFW anticipates releasing the evaluations and recommendations for all 5 tribally led petitions before the August 2026 Commission Tribal Meeting and California Fish and Game Commission meetings. The California Fish and Game Commission is expected to discuss and may take action on these 2023 MPA petitions at its October meeting. No regulatory changes have been adopted at this time. The status index for all MPA petitions will continue to be updated following each California Fish and Game Commission meeting. CDFW will continue to post updates and evaluations on their MPA story map. The next Fish and Game Commission public meeting is scheduled for June 17th and 18th. Information on upcoming meetings will be posted on the CF California Fish and Game website as they become available, and we provide a link for that. Moving on to freshwater topics, Bureau of Reclamation California Water Operations. The Habitat Committee met with Spencer Walden, Bay Delta Area Manager for the Bureau of Reclamation, and had a general discussion about current Central Valley Project operations, habitat restoration efforts, and ongoing consultations affecting fishery resources. Mr. Walden touched on BOR's role in hydrology, fisheries, and environmental compliance throughout the Sacramento and San Joaquin River basins, including implementation of the 2025 CVP Record of Decision, ongoing consultation for the Trinity River Division, temperature management planning, habitat restoration initiatives, and operational changes related to Delta exports and the X2 salinity management region. During the discussion, Mr. Walden spoke to BOR's use of structured decision-making processes for Sacramento River winter run Chinook salmon, habitat restoration planning through the science integration team, and ongoing evaluation of projects such as the site's reservoir. Discussions also focused on implementation of Executive Order 14181 and Action 5 operational changes, including a shift towards more real-time management of Delta exports based on flow conditions, fish distributions, and entrainment risk. I see that there's a spelling error there. The Habitat Committee appreciated Mr. Walden's overview and discussion with the HC. However, the HC seeks more detail on water operations related to salmon management and survival. The Habitat Committee recommends that the Council consider follow-up discussions with the BOR leadership regarding Action 5, Initiative 6, and related operational changes affecting Chinook salmon. Additionally, the Council may wish to ask BOR to explain their plans for water management in California in 2027 and beyond. The Habitat Committee also notes that hearings related to Delta conveyance are currently underway and additional opportunities for public review and comment are expected in the near future. The Habitat Committee will track this process and notify the Council when comment opportunities arise. Moving to a council level, the Habitat Committee received a presentation from Gilly Lyons, council staff, on the status of Special Project 1, if-then statements, as well as an overview of Special Project 3, Dynamic Ocean Management. Council guidance in April related to if-then statements, including prioritizing the HMS and Groundfish FMPs, removed the salmon FMP from consideration and directing the HC to explore whether there are situations in which if-then scenarios could be applied to inform in-season management actions in response to changing habitat conditions. One potential scenario the HC explored was whether the Habitat Compression Index, which indicates the incursion of offshore warming over the shelf waters that can affect species distributions, could be used to inform management actions. However, after some deliberation, the Habitat Committee determined that there was insufficient information, including spatial resolution and meaningful actions, to develop any appropriate if-then statements at this time. Related to both Special Projects 1 and 3, the Habitat Committee discussed the possibility of using data on dissolved oxygen and temperature to inform management measures related to incidental mortality of bycatch species. Specifically, research conducted by the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, citations provided, linked increased mortality of incidentally caught bottom species such as sablefish with increased temperature as those species are brought to the surface. If this information could inform management actions that would reduce this mortality in fisheries with incidental bycatch mortality thresholds, it could increase fishing opportunity. However, this is just a preliminary idea at this point. If the council believes it is worth pursuing, the Habitat Committee will plan to explore it and the potential relevance of the DOM Dynamic Ocean Modeling Workshop. In summary, recommendations for council consideration: FERC National Gas Permit Reforms, Notice of Proposed Rulemaking, provide direction to council staff and or other ABs on whether comment on this rulemaking is appropriate, whether to comment on this rulemaking. BOR California Water Management, the council should consider a follow-up discussion with BOR leadership regarding Action 5 Initiative 6 and related operational changes affecting Chinook salmon in 2026 and in future years. And on Special Projects 1 and 3, provide direction to the Habitat Committee on council preferred next steps regarding the Dynamic Ocean Modeling Workshop. And that ends the text version of my report. As noted earlier today, please do recognize that there is an addendum of additional information on deep sea mining appended to the end of our report. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott, on such a detailed report. Any questions? Dr. Appel? Corey? Writings?
Thanks, Dr. Happel. My first question is regarding the Bureau of Reclamation California Water Operations section and a discussion it sounds like the group had with Mr. Walden from the BOR. And you know, there's this shift towards more real-time management of Delta exports based on flow conditions, fish distributions, and I think you said entrainment, not entertainment risk.
Yes.
Thanks for clarifying. My question is really, and I see you go on to ask to say, hey, we need more details, but I'm wondering if you can provide now some more information about that discussion and sort of what those operational changes were looking like, what was being proposed, what that might mean towards our salmon populations and what the concerns there might be.
Right. Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Ridings, for that question. In fact, that is part of where we feel more information is needed. So Action 5 is updated plan on long-term operations in Central Valley Project, was dated December of 2025, I believe. Initiative 6 is the implementation of that plan, including real-term monitoring, so on and so forth. The issue there is that what Initiative 6, the implementation of Action 5, actually is going to be, it seems very opaque at the moment. And of potential concern is that my understanding is that in December, the Bureau of Reclamation made a statement that they would not be consulting with the state of California or inform the public of their actions. And so I think we actually need more information coming and more clarity coming from BOR before I can truly answer that question for you, and I apologize for that.
Okay, thank you, Corey. Anyone else? Seeing none, I don't see any. Ooh. Jamie, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was resting my elbow when I raised my hand. Thank you very much for the report, and I appreciate you noting for California the marine protected area petitions. This process has been ongoing for several years now, and we just had those meetings, the bioregional meetings, and this process has been incredibly distressing on fishing participants. It's been very stressful, and trying to plan, what we're going to do, where fishermen are going to go, and what the landscape may look like, and not understanding what could come of it. But definitely, it comes into play here in the fact that this may happen in between this spec cycle and the next, and so there could be potential closure areas that come into play, and areas that we have said, hey, we're going to allow fishing here, or you must fish shoreward of this area or seaward of this area, and then that area gets a protected area designation. So how this will play out here, it does matter to our fishermen in California, and how we see where they're able to fish. So thank you for noting it. That's all.
Thank you, Jamie. Corey, writings?
Thanks. Thanks again, Dr. Happel. My question is regarding the Ocean Observatories Initiative system dismantling. And thank you for paying attention to this and providing some information. We've heard a little bit about this earlier in the day and from a couple GAP reports. And my question is, it sounds like this is something that is coming from the National Science Foundation. And is there going to be any opportunity here to provide public comment or write a letter, or what's the opportunity for the public to be able to weigh in on the impacts of this dismantling?
Through the chair, thank you very much for that question, Ms. Ridings. I think that is a very important question. This news basically broke the day before or 2 days before we were really digging into the agenda for our Habitat Committee webinar. And so we do not know. We are looking into that, and hopefully we'll provide information where we can. My understanding, however, is that this process, the equipment is already being removed. And so by the time we comment, there may not be much left to comment on, I'm afraid. But we will try to figure out where those opportunities lie.
All righty. Dr. Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you again, Dr. Heppel, for the presentation. I just have a question on, let's see, on page 5. You mentioned that research by the Alaska Fisheries Science Center links increased mortality of incidentally caught bottom species, such as sablefish, with increased temperature as those species are brought to the surface. So sounds dynamic indeed, as you're bringing the fish up and temperature is increasing. How could you actually translate that into a bycatch reduction management measure? What would that look like? Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you, Dr. Lent, for that question. I think what that may look like is recommendations for spatial redistribution, right? Even in a warming ocean, surface temperatures are dynamic, and my recollection of those studies broadly indicated that it was basically the temperature delta, the change in temperature, or the difference in temperature between the bottom and the surface, that was causing the increase in incidental mortality. And so ultimately, as fishing grounds would allow, fishing where that change in temperature is minimized would reduce bycatch mortality and therefore reduce impacts for fisheries that have incidental take quotas.
Any other questions? Okay, and thank you. So I didn't see any public comment. 0. Okay, now it brings us to some council discussion, considering Habitat Committee's report and recommendations. We open the floor to that. We're all satisfied. Oh, Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Appreciate the work that the Habitat Committee has done to lay all these issues out for us, continue to track them. I'm normally not the one who sits for this for the ODFW, so I'm doing my best to pinch hit today. Trying to think about, are there places that we as a council should comment? I do think, me personally, I think we should comment on the OOI system, but I think it's a done deal. I think that horse has already left the barn. The barn's been burnt down and planted over with grape seeds or something. I don't know what good it would do other than just putting it on the record that we were opposed to it. So is that a place we should spend our limited resources? I want to have strong thoughts on that, and I think all of us around this table do, but is it worth our time? To what the Habitat Committee spoke about with their conversation with Bureau of Reclamation, BOR, hopefully we can have there can be some continued dialogue between council leadership and their leadership on what the Habitat Committee and the rest of the council is looking for. Appreciate that BOR has engaged and started the discussions with the Habitat Committee, but it sounds like they wanted some more details. So maybe there needs to be some refinement on that communication. So hopefully we can help, the council leadership can help spearhead that along. So those were just a couple of thoughts that I had on this item. Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn. Sharon?
I certainly share Lynn's disappointment, and I'm wondering if maybe if we do decide to comment on it, that we reframe it. I completely agree with you. The horse is way the hell outside of the barn. So saying we oppose it, I don't know, is productive, but certainly using the Habitat Committee letter as kind of a basis of articulating what we're losing and how important it is for our work, and then challenging the National Science Foundation or the administration about, and what are the ideas to replace and continue to support these needs? Do they have some magic bullet they haven't told us about with this dismantling? I suspect not, but to me, that's a more productive conversation than just saying, we oppose it, because I agree with you. I think it's a done deal. Other than the cost of the program, that's the only element I've seen articulated in terms of why to dismantle it, which seems to me, given everything else that's going on with budgets, very not the reason you would do it. So anyways, that would just be something I would suggest we think about if we are going to comment.
Thank you, Sharon. Corey Writings?
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Mattis and Ms. Kiefer. That's helpful. And Ms. Kiefer, thinking about that, I think you framed it really well just now, just thinking about what we're losing, how is it going to be replaced, how might it impact our fisheries and our ability to manage better. We heard a little bit earlier, I can't remember who said it, someone who was at the table about gliders. Maybe it was under the public comment section where NIMS was giving their update, and that they haven't decided yet about the gliders, or we haven't heard yet about the gliders. So maybe the train is, to continue this analogy that Lynn started, I'm not sure I totally understand, but the train is out of the station, it's burning, it's moving, but maybe the caboose is still in the station. Maybe we could spare the caboose or something. So just saying, I think I'm agreeing with this. I think it is important to articulate this. I think it is valuable for the record. I think I just heard Dr. Happel say there is no direct comment period or anything like that, but maybe a letter to the National Science Foundation serves the purpose.
I was ready for you, John. Go ahead.
Thank you. I guess
Hello, nice to be here. I think just teeing off what was just said, I certainly can see us writing a letter and leaning on the Habitat Committee to develop that letter. I think if we send something, given the fact that this is not a public comment period on an action that we have any control over, I would want that letter to very specifically include examples of data that we use that we will no longer have. And if we can't point to that, I don't know that our letter has much import.
Thank you. Any other comments? Real close, Heather.
Thanks. I just want to speak in support of the idea that we're talking about, and I like the idea of being very specific and clear about what we lose, what fishermen lose, what the impacts of this, and it doesn't feel right to just to not put a comment, to not say something, to not respond to what's happening, and so I'm supportive of that. I was also just going to have a brief comment on the sanctuary, Olympic Coast National Marine Sanctuary Management Plan Review, and just to let folks know, WDFW has a seat on the Sanctuary Advisory Council. We've contributed to that updates in that way. We also, with the four coastal treaty tribes, have an intergovernmental policy council that is able to directly meet and interact with the National Marine Sanctuary Program and provide policy input through that forum as well. And we're in the process of setting up a meeting to do just that. So just wanted folks to know that we're engaged in a couple of different ways on that process. So, thanks.
Thank you, Heather. Asia?
Thanks, Vice Chair. I just wanted to quickly say, I agree with John. I feel like we just are like shouting into the wind with a lot of this stuff unless we can really articulate why it's important. I think we all know, but like, I obviously don't know. And I agree with Sharon's comment as well that like the ask of what do you have in mind instead might be a helpful ask. And then it just occurred to me that a letter or some kind of correspondence like this might have more weight if it comes from like all of the councils. Like the CCC has sent letters that are pulling together a lot of different groups. I know that just like changes the scope of this activity, but I'm curious if like there's any room for that. The council's getting together and being like, this is terrible. Can you talk to us about how to make things better? So that's all. Yes. Can we engage other councils? Is that possible?
Oh, yeah, thanks, Ms. Schumalo. Appreciate that question. And I'm happy to reach out to the other councils on this. We are in fairly regular contact about a variety of things. There's no guarantee they would agree to write something like this. I think just given the political nature of things right now, some councils have different opinions about what to weigh in on and when than we do. So, and vice versa. So that's my answer. I'm happy to try if that's the will of the council, but I can't guarantee that the whole CCC would get behind something like that.
Brad.
Good day, Vice Chair Smith. I think John puts out a good point there, I think, but with that, I think it'd be good if we identify the information that we've been getting and we would like to continue to receive, maybe make it a question about what are their plans to replace that information stream, if any, and kind of elicit a response in that way. I mean, well, I mean, we're losing the weather buoy, right? I think that that's kind of an important aspect for fishermen and mariners. I mean, do they have something else? Is there something else in store to do this to supply the information that we've been getting. I'm just trying to see if we write a letter, do we want to do just more than just complain about that? Do we want to maybe make a request about what are they going to do to replace the, was there something is there something in the pipeline to give us the information that we've been getting? Is it something different? Maybe it's not a good idea, but I'm just trying to think of a different way to approach this.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Pettinger. You're looking at me, so I assume you want me to respond to what you're
Just
saying.
threw it out there. So,
And
not at all.
I guess as I'm just listening to the conversation, I could see merit in taking a few steps. One would be to take an inventory of how are we and how have we even used the data that is being lost. And if we can go through and identify the various places where we've used that data, then the question is, where are we going to turn now? And maybe it's satellites or something. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. And maybe there is an answer. But there's like a sequence of steps that I could see us working with the Habitat Committee on if you wanted to send a letter in that way. But I think to John's point that you're calling out, we'd first want to take inventory and say, how have we used that data?
Lynn?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm hearing from the ODFW representative on the Habitat Committee that there's the expertise there on the Habitat Committee to go with the direction that this discussion is. Also, we have access to a lot of really good oceanography folks at OSU, and I think UW that maybe we could pull on for if technical assistance. I do like the idea of these are the things we're losing and what's the plan going forward rather than just complain. So the discussion has kind of circled me around, but yeah, be very intentional about what we write, but lean on our expertise on the Habitat Committee. That's why we've got those folks. Thank you.
Corey, I thought I saw you, but Corey, go ahead.
Thanks. I'm shifting gears here a little bit. Just looking at the Bureau of Reclamation, California Water Operations, it's really unfortunate to hear that the Action 5 and the Initiative 6 plans are opaque and that they have not been consulting with California or are going to inform the public of their actions. So I would just endorse what the Habitat Committee recommended here in terms of trying to have more conversations with BOR leadership, get more information and explain their plans for water management, and ultimately, trying to understand how these operational changes are going to affect salmon. So just endorsing that and hoping that we can follow up on that.
Thank you, Corey. All right. I think have some clear direction. Do you want to say something? Executive Director?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chairman. I think it is helpful just to refer back to the Habitat Committee report. They do have a summary of recommendations for council consideration. You certainly don't have to pick up on all of those, but that is a helpful guide if you're asking what might you want to do. So there's the FERC natural gas permit reforms, the Bureau of Rec water management, as Ms. Writings just pointed to, special projects 1 and 3. We also just talked through the OOI initiative. There's also mention of the Olympic Coast National Marine Sanctuary. So a few things hanging out there. I feel like we do have direction on the OOI. I'm not entirely sure where we're landing with Bureau of Rec and the others. I'm not really sure where we're at, but maybe Ms. Bernaus has some more clarity.
Thank you. Seems like we do have some clarity on the Bureau of Reclamation recommendation. It sounds like the council is endorsing the Habitat Committee's recommendations, but if you'd like to discuss that further, of course you can do so. I do think the council has not touched on yet the natural gas permit reforms. or the special projects, if you'd like to discuss those, which were specifically called out in the Habitat Committee report.
John.
Thanks. And it's somewhat similar to my last comment, but with regard to the natural gas permit reforms for natural gas pipelines. I get what the Habitat Committee is sort of hinting at with some of these areas are large and conceivably could impact wetlands and estuarine habitat. I think the scope of the particular change that's being proposed is maybe a bit beyond what we can really say is directly impacting council management. And so similar to my last comment, I feel like sometimes we want to talk about everything that could ever possibly harm a salmon, and maybe, cow ranching in Iowa is not what we want to get to. So I'd recommend skipping that one. We've got bigger fish to fry.
Thank you, John. And it's good to talk about everything that affects salmon, but anyway, so I think we're at a point, Katerina, where you've probably heard a lot of direction to form however the magic works in the system statement to look at. So, oh, I missed you, Corey. I'm sorry.
I was late on the draw. I think there was one more. The Habitat Committee was asking about special projects 1 and 3. And so they had just been asking for next steps regarding the dynamic ocean modeling workshop. And I would say I would leave that to sort of council staff as they're thinking about that, and to just make sure the Habitat Committee is included where it makes sense and where possible, and just recognize that I think they have a lot to add on that.
Good suggestion. So I'll look around here. Feel like an auctioneer sometimes. All right. Well, have we completed and given you enough information to go by?
Thank you. I think you've given enough information that we can bring back to Mr. Griffin on council staff to work with the Habitat Committee to bring forth these recommendations. So thanks for the discussion.
Okay. Well, thank you for everyone's hard work on this topic and the hard work today. I'm turning back the gavel to the chairman. Take it away, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for that work. Before we adjourn, I will turn to the Executive Director and see if there are any closing comments. Merrick?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good work today, everyone. Just a couple of things to make note of for you all. One is there is a new informational report that many of you will be interested in that we thought we would post just because of your interest, and that is on the take reduction team. It just came out today, so we've just dropped it into the briefing book under the informational report, so it's there for you. Also, don't forget about the chairs reception. It'll be out these doors to the right. If you've been to Spokane before, it's the same place as it's always been. And that starts at 6. And just a reminder that this does cost money now. If you're traveling on council funds, that's already been handled. If you are not, there's a form of payment. There's a couple of different options. Let me know if you have questions about that, or any of my admin staff can also help you with that if you have questions. Other than that, Mr. Chairman, I do not have any other closing remarks.
All right. With that, I think we won't